Hello darts fans and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth once again. Day number 3 of Group A in Week 9, and we are going to have the first person into our finals for this week in the next 4 to 5 hours. Devin Peterson is with us once again. Great to have you. And the last couple of days have given us a few twists and turns, but we have got a table that reflects a lot of possibilities today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the Modus series is now coming to this drama kind of series, if you must call it that, with the players coming through now getting more comfortable because you're seeing so many repeat players turn up, but not only repeat, but repeat performances that are now at a very high level. That's the reason why we see the league and this Group A bunching up so high on the top. Brian Raman, Alex Spellman, Romeo, as well as Andy, being in contention for today's victory. I mean, it's going to come down, like we said before, to the legs. But it's the earlier on games that's going to determine this who comes up on the very top.
What have you made of Brian Raman from Monday to Tuesday? Have there been any major increases or decreases for you?
I think he's definitely getting more shots at a double simply because of his 180 hitting. I think he's thrown 117, 180s roughly over the first 2 days. And you kind of know that, knowing that you have that in your locker, it always keeps you in legs, especially like yesterday. He's won 2 games where he shouldn't have actually been in, given opportunities, and then he kind of gets the confidence. He's managing his emotions great. That was one of his kind of Achilles heels. But I think that where he's at now, going in, the pillow might have slept a bit softer yesterday, knowing he was top of the leaderboard. But he knows that the chasing pack is capable of taking that spot.
Spellman, who actually celebrates his birthday today, he is Mr. Consistency, isn't he?
Yeah, 100%. He's definitely one he's second in the log, but with a comfortable leg difference. So he's looking like he's slightly ahead, and a lot of the pressure now lays on Brian. If Brian wins all his games, he's through. There's nothing else anybody can do. But I don't think that it's going to be that easy. Alex Spellman will just be lurking, and being as consistent as he is, he'd want to not miss the opportunities that he creates for himself, because I think that he unraveled some of it, gave some legs away that he shouldn't have. But I do feel as though it's having a 4-horse race today is going to make it exciting viewing.
Romeo Gerats from Monday started quite slowly by losing a couple of matches that he probably shouldn't have lost. But yesterday, he really brought the excitement, didn't he, with a couple of high averages and some very impressive finishing. I
think Romeo, I mean, we seen him start on Monday. He unraveled at the end of games where he needed to get the winning leg. But he was the quickest to get into 3, and that has been consistent yesterday. I mean, looking at the games that he's won, he won it in commanding fashion, most of them. And you look at the way in which he's throwing, everybody knows that he's a danger man. So today is going to be, it's a bit different because he's never been in the position of the third day at Modus series. The first day is your debutant day. You kind of find your way. Second day is where you want to move and you start to look at the log. Today he knows he has to do the business, and it's a different mindset. So we want to see exactly what Romeo has to offer.
We have seen some fluctuations in the odds over the last couple of days. So let's see what the odds compilers think today. They've got Brian Raman as the favourite to win the group at 11-8. But the likes of Spellman, Gerats and Bolton, and a little bit of Dean Finn at 80-1. Does anything take your fancy there?
I think, I mean, it's showing still. I mean, Romeo has moved up. We look at Brian Raman at that kind of price. That's high, and I think that the value bet there still will be Alex Spellman. I called it on the Monday, knowing how consistent he is, and obviously just finding it at them. But you look at that. It's anybody's today, and it's all about going to come about. It's not about just winning the game. It's about winning it in the leg difference, but it's those moments in those games. It's the difference between going 3-0 up versus losing a leg and going 2-1 up. It's all going to be darting drama at the Modus Super Series today.
Just remember, everybody, if you are having a flutter today, it is gambleaware.org for all of the information. 18 plus and gamble responsibly, please. One quick question, Devin. Who's going to get through?
Alex Spellman.
You think it's going to be his birthday present winning through today?
Yeah, 100%. I think that Alex Spellman has shown the consistency. I mean, he's averaging is increased yesterday, still in the 90s, and you're looking at his percentage on his finishing as well. Still remains the most consistent. So for me, consistency always comes through, and Alex Spellman is the guy to do it.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, the action's about to get underway, but before we do, if you want to come down to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to see the likes of Spellman if they qualify, well, this is how you can do it.
incredible by Andreas Harrison.
A Bosch.
High paces through.
So here we go then. 15 matches separate us from getting our Group A winner and our first person into the Week 9 finals. However, when it comes to these two combatants, they're just looking to find their way a little bit further up the table if they can. David Evans, the 34-year-old from Lancashire, he starts on 4 points, and if he's to get a bit further up the table, he's going to have very close to a perfect day. As for Dean Finn, 6 points on Monday, just the one win on Tuesday. He'll be looking to do a little bit more of what he did on the first day of his debut week, where he really impressed us with some good scoring, some good last leg shootouts, and some excellent ways of finishing
First
matches
leg,
off.
it's David to throw first. Game on.
I think Dave was very disappointed with the way that yesterday went. But this is a free hit for him today
6.
to try and figure something out ahead of what is probably going to be a Group C campaign, Devon.
I feel as though we didn't focus enough on these two players in the
140.
top of the show. Simply because, I mean, all the focus is on the top 4, but I mean, I feel as though David Evans today is the one to watch.
140.
Because yesterday's last game was more like he can throw. And I think with a bright-eyed view of a new group, a different group as we see the first maximum breakfast starts. Dean had it all this morning. But I think that today, a lot has to be said about the quality of David Evans and Dean Finn and how that's going to affect who wins today as well, because both of these are skillful operators. Dean Finn really in the finishing percentages he's second in the group there, and David Evans, we know the quality that he brings. So if he finds it like he did yesterday, where he threw above 140s, I think that's going to be tough. That's going to be he's going to be a tough contender
81.
today.
Dean, you require 122.
And the guys at the top of the table simply cannot underestimate these two. 7-7 for the first leg and 12.
108. David, you require 139.
Close call for the Irishman. And David goes south. Now he's got options. 42 or bull. There are so many people who have sat in these seats saying that when you've got 2 darts for 82, you're better off going treble 14.
90.
It's a bigger target.
And you require 14.
But it is a subjective argument. Got to be aggressive on this one.
7.
He was. Unfortunately,
David, you
it misses the
require
mark,
49.
and Evans does get another chance to win this first leg. A leg he could have lost twice over.
David Evans now, last start in hand.
29. Dean, you require 7.
Funny enough, seeing that, it means that he's actually switched his mind from going to the 32.
Game shot on the
Dean
first
Finn there,
leg. Dean Finn.
Just cleaning up a leg that he could have done in 15 easily.
Second leg,
And
it's Dean to
you
throw
feel as
first.
though that's going to be the theme
Game
of the
on.
day, as those opportunities. David Evans will feel comfortable with his opening scoring. But it's all about Dean Finn today, because
100.
yesterday we saw a bit of a different Dean Finn. He was not as relaxed, a bit more tense. Probably the the opportunities that presented himself, looking at the way he performed on day one, and also wanting to emulate that on day two. And a lot of the shoulder came into the throw yesterday, and he wasn't finding that treble as comfortable as he did. But today it's a different Dean Finn.
97.
He did lose just over 3 points on his average yesterday compared to Monday, but his doubles, percentage-wise, were 8% better.
123.
But the problem was, because his average dropped, he got less opportunities. Hence why he did lose more games.
135.
But as far as his debut campaign so far, it looks promising. Because the
57.
odds state he's not going to win this group. Probability states that he's not going to win this group. But I have a lot of confidence that Dean is going to make Saturday
54.
via the secondary groups of B and C, which start tomorrow at 1 p.m.
I think it's all in Dean's hands, just the way in which he's throwing. He's also a player that, if he doesn't bring the shoulder in, he doesn't miss
21.
too many left or right. And David Evans there with a,
114.
I'm not going to say uncharacteristic, simply because that's been the theme this week for him, but certainly something that has not been in play. And
94.
Dean Finn with another potential ton plus. That's 2 attempts at ton plus finishing. So Dean definitely woke up on the right side of the bed today and seeing this as an opportunity to move into Group B.
59. Dean, you require 20.
This will be a nice test of how his line is on his darts today.
Game shot on the second leg.
Right there.
Dean Finn.
He gets his line right today. I think he will improve on everything he's done this week because he has
Third
been
leg
drifting
is
a little
David
bit.
to throw first. Game on.
His doubles have been very good this week. If he can just find that scoring level of what we saw on Monday, I think whatever group he ends up
59.
in, he's really going to cause problems. And I love when we get so many rumours about how good someone is. Oh, yeah, we've known about Dean for a while. We've known about such and such for a while.
58.
He's really good. We always take those rumours with a little pinch of salt. And we think, okay then, prove it. Well, I believe the rumours about Dean now. I think he's a very good player.
100.
You can just tell by his technical ability, the setup, it's the getting to the same point. It's very methodical. Once you have a throw
99.
that consistent, very seldom it breaks down. And when it does break down, it's generally not on the technique between wrist, forearm. It's normally the shoulder that comes into play that causes that. So it's an easy fix if you're having a bad day or a bad game. You can easily kind of identify, and Dean has that. So I think on his side, he knows that he can be very consistent on that treble, and just how it drops in. Really, really impressed by Dean's
140.
performance this week so far.
Well, just have a look at the shoulder of David Evans when you get a chance. Because when he throws, that shoulder stays in exactly the same position. It's all about
99.
thrust from the elbow to the hand for David. But if you look at Dean's right shoulder, it jumps. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. One, because he pushes the
98.
dart.
David,
Secondly,
you require 167.
because of his height.
Yeah, there's a massive height difference there between David and Dean. But like you say, it's just needing to get that dart up. But he does it
Dean, you
when,
require 106.
when it's on song. The shoulder popping up isn't a big problem. It's when it goes inside, when there's a late release and it's trying to compensate. But he tried again, and that's the 3rd game
David,
in
you
a row.
require
Dean's
70.
had an opportunity on a ton plus finish. So that means that his treble hitting is on song. It's now the finishing mark. David Evans now again on tops. He
Game
finds
on
the double
third
tops,
leg,
and
David Evans.
it's crazy that on day 1 and day 2 he persisted with a 32.
Fourth
Day
leg
3
is
he's
Dean
maybe
to throw
seen the
first.
light and gone,
Game
maybe
on.
I should stay on tops. Maybe you were right, Nico.
Oh, I think it was you that said it first.
100.
I'm going to give you full credit for that one. I think you said it on Monday because of the way his darts were leaning to the right-hand side. You said he's probably better off going for tops. I think you deserve credit for that, Devon.
6.
I'm going to say this, though. You made the point. The reason why I said you, because you made the point of how far he stands over to the right, and him throwing at the 32 is probably a further distance than him throwing for tops. And that's why that's where it kind of started.
Well, one thing we can definitely agree on is that David listens. He's a dart player that does listen. And if there's something that can improve his game, he's going to give it a try. He's pliable.
96.
He's not stubborn and rigid like some other players are.
But he's only going to add to the points. But Dean Finn today, really, really great. And just the one thing when you see players, especially when they get into that position of the 116, 117 and below, they're always creating opportunities. He so far has had 3 opportunities on those 10 plus. So you mean in the 3 darts that visited, he needs to get 2 of them correct to have the shot at the double, and he's done that 3 times. So in a confidence perspective, he'll have that confidence going into today, and certainly making some of the players at the top there just kind of show some interest and know that Dean Finn isn't the same Dean Finn that he was yesterday.
58. Dean, you require 135.
Fascinating. He decided not to go for 25 and bull on the first dart.
54. David, you require 147.
That's not the first time that he's shown that kind of tactic. It's almost as if he was backing himself to get 135 in 6 darts.
Dean, you require 81.
Let's see if he can. It's double 13.
68. David, you require 47.
Seems to be leaning into that 3rd dart. And Dave, oh no, that leaves 33. Can't leave tops now. Let's find out how his double 16 is working now, and it's from a different angle.
15.
I like that little step.
Dean, you require 13.
He didn't hit it, but it was a better dart at double 16. Double 2.
Game shot of 4
Again,
flag.
not
Dean Finn.
a common method for 13. Most people would go 5 for double 4, but he's
Fifth
obviously
flag.
more
It's
comfortable
David
on
to
double
go
2 than he
first.
is at the top of the board.
Game on.
I like it.
I think he's just playing what is eye level, and double 2 being eye level and just straight throw instead of needing to throw upward. But great observation there on the
96.
David Evans throw. And you can just tell the way in which the darts is penetrating the board. It's not as like it did yesterday without any power. Today there's this bit more aggression in the throw, which is great. You know that when a player is able to distribute power from the shoulder to the forearm, he's in a comfortable position and can just find that. Once he starts to find that first dart, David Evans becomes a real threat in this group. And not just a threat for moving positions, but he can literally be the banana peel in this group.
99.
I've been trying to monitor the elbow height of Evans in this match. It's been so much more consistent at times, and he hasn't had one of those really, really poor
95.
darts so far today. Because a few times yesterday, he had darts that looked like they slipped out of his hand. They were that bad. So the signs today are a lot brighter
36.
for Dave.
David, you require 107.
He is not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination.
Love what you done there, but I'm loving more what David's doing here. Oh, and that was nearly the big fish.
105.
Great setup though. Dean Finn nowhere close. So David has almost 6 darts on the 65 here, and Dean's misses are always to the left,
31.
which is
David, you require
obviously
65.
like you said about the shoulder. But I think for me today, I definitely want to see what David's got up his sleeve. It's a low dart on the tops, but double 10 certainly a
45.
on the favorite on the right side.
That was sensible. He was going for the 25 and bull with the second dart.
43. David, you require
Doesn't
20.
get to the finish, though. He'll have to think about the next leg, potentially. Going to split. Double 4.
16.
Finn is not out of this yet. It just goes to show, doesn't it? If you're way back in a leg, don't think that the leg is over.
34. David, you require
You're never going to get
4.
a leg given to you. You have to take it.
Game shot on the
He does
fifth
take
leg,
that one.
David Evans.
We have 4 players in our table who have a very positive.
Sixth leg. It's Dean
leg
to throw
difference.
first. Game on.
These are the only 2 that are negative. And Dave's is a matter of 16 legs behind Dean Finn's.
100.
It's not the biggest disparity in leg difference from top to bottom I've ever seen. I remember maybe 18 months ago, we had a Group A
93.
situation where the disparity of legs from top to bottom was nearly 80 legs. I've never seen anything like it. In this group, it's 27.
140.
That's a really tight group.
Can tell David really wants it today, even though he knows that the result in his end
81.
predetermined, but he can still find himself maybe in Group B if he does everything correct. But he's going to need Dean Finn to miss a few trebles, which he hasn't been doing really. I mean, the leg before this, he
91.
gave himself kind of the leg off, if you must call it that. Knew that David Evans was running ahead. And he just almost hoped that, like we said yesterday, the negative talk from David stops and he actually looks at it as from a positive perspective.
Dean, you require 170.
And Dave did get the victory against Finn yesterday. He might not get a victory today.
98.
Believe it or not, that's a really good miss for Finn. He'd much rather hit the 18 than the single 1 or the single 4. And you can see how frustrated
25.
Dave is.
Dean, you require
And you
72.
can sympathise. Darts can be infuriating at times. It's going to be tops.
32.
A very safe shot at tops. He will be back for it. I like what Dean's just done. He's taken a really big, deep breath there. Already preparing for the next visit.
60.
Even
Dean, you
before
require 40.
Dave Evans has finished what he's doing. That shows a great deal of maturity.
Game shot.
And there it
the
is.
match.
Dean Finn wins this one. And his head-to-head record over Dave Evans for the week will stand at this stage at 2-1. The question in the ether, though, is will they play again tomorrow? Evans averages 77. Finn with a mid-80s average and decent on the doubles. He'll take the victory, though, by 4 legs to 2. And when we come back, we've got a small matter of Romeo Gerbervats up against Alex Spellman, the birthday boy. We started Wednesday with two players who look like they're not going to qualify for Saturday via today's play. However, these two most definitely can. Spellman celebrates his birthday today, so many happy returns to the man in maroon. And a little bit of gold through the shirt, so happy birthday, Alex. He's from Boone, North Carolina, and I think that was a swing state in the American election, which looks like it's been won by Donald Trump. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Romeo Gerbavats, 30-year-old from Split. And he had a very good day yesterday, averaging over 104 twice. Biggest finish of the week belongs to Romeo as well. And he's in a very attacking position to try and get the top spot.
First leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
So Romeo has 12 points. Spellman has 12 points. They both have a leg difference that is better than Raman in first position.
43.
Meaning, if one of these players, Devon, wins all of their matches today and their leg difference continues to be better than that of Raman, they will win the group.
125.
And that's a crazy dynamic simply because we know how tight the groups were on Monday. Yesterday we saw a bit more, almost room between the players winning. It's generally mostly 4-2s.
83.
But today I feel it's all about the top four and how they play obviously
96.
against each other and what that disparity between in the leg difference is. I mean, it's all going to come down to moments like we said, and the moments where both players are on a finish, 3 darts in hand, going for tops of 32, missing all 3, setting up. I just feel as though in the next 2 to 3 hours, you're going to become a frantic mess, going back and forth, trying to explain to everybody who's gone through, who's winning, and who's not.
First 180 of the day for Alex Spellman then. That gives him his 7th of the week so far.
83. Alex, you
A small
require
matter of
95.
10 behind Brian Raman. 76 with 2. And he's been the best at doubles all
Action on the
week.
first leg. Alex
Better than
Spellman.
anybody. So sharp. And hitting the outer ring at a
Second
world-class
leg,
level.
it's Romeo to throw first.
Because for the
Game
week,
on.
he's nearly 42%. If you're doing that
40.
on the PDC Pro Tour, you're part of the elite. Yes, I know it's a different sample size. If someone's been doing it maybe at the Super Series all year
60.
and they're doing 42%, believe me, they're going to be very successful.
100.
What have we learned on the whole about Romeo this week, Devon? Because he came with a little bit of a reputation, played World Cup with Boris Krčma for Croatia. He lives
100.
in a darts-hungry country of Germany. But as for Brand Gerbavats, what have we learned this week about him?
I think that we know
100.
now a lot about Romeo's game, that he's solid scorer. He's first dart merchant, as many top dart players are. If you get that first dart sorted out, it means that there's an opportunity for
100.
maximum scoring. We've seen his finishing as well, his big finishes. We also know that there's a lot of experience needed to gain. So if this is his second year, we know that
131.
he's only going to become better and better, because his technique from a throwing perspective, I'm not going to say flawless, but it's near on perfect. So I think he's definitely raised his
99.
stock whilst being at the
Romeo, you
Modus Super
require
Series. And
130.
we see him here going for a 130, which he might need to get. And this could be a first bullseye.
105.
And that's the thing with
Alex,
him,
you
though. He's
require
always going to give himself an
142.
opportunity on that finish, even though he finds the pressure from Alex Spellman, and he knows that he needs to get it. It's It's a phenomenal. I've not known about Romeo. I've seen him on the challenge tour and
56.
seen him all
Romeo,
kind
you
of walk around
require
and just his
25.
bubbly personality, springing his step all the time. But just the level of the man's gameplay
9.
is solid.
Alex, you require 86.
I think to a lot of people, Romeo is better than they thought. But we know how Alex is.
78.
This time he doesn't complete it.
Romeo, you require 16.
In American vernacular, that's an incomplete pass.
Game shot on his second leg. Romeo Gerber.
I'm not going to call that an interception because he hasn't broken Alex's throat.
Third leg. It's Alex to throw first.
But it's a really good
Game
battle,
on.
this one. And there are going to be a lot of good battles over the course of the first half of play today. We'll get into Brian Raman when he plays in the next match.
180.
And as much as I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, I think, and you think
60.
also, Devon, that Brian Raman's qualification for Saturday today, it hinges on games before 12 o'clock.
If you look at the games he has, he's got Andy Bolton
100.
next. And then he's got Romeo. And then he's got Alex Spellman. So he's got his destiny in his own hands. And
121.
he wins those 3 games. He knows he's done the hard work and he deservedly needs to go through and win. But then he's still got Dean Finn and David Evans as well, which, I mean, if he can manage his emotions,
99.
will be solid. But I think that just the way in which these players are throwing, especially Alex Spellman with his consistency, that game at 11:40.
100. Alex, you require 122.
That's going to be the game that changes the entire league table.
57 for tops. That was the plan.
48.
He's not throwing many bad darts at all. In fact, that small 4 is about as bad a dart as he's thrown this
50.
week. He's been
Alex, you
so
require
consistent and
74.
reliable. Double 16 once again. That is really good.
Leg, Alex Spellman.
And you do expect him to take shots like that when he's got 2 darts at a double.
Fourth flag. It's Romeo to throw first.
You know a player
Game
is kind of in peak performance mode when you can hear the thud on the board as
85.
the dart impacts the dartboard. When it's the same kind of sound, like with Brian Raman, sometimes his third dart is so quick it's just like almost like an
55.
AK-47. But with Alex Spellman, it's very much time to perfection. That's why he's so consistent and so good on his finishing as well.
77.
Because you feel as though there's no panic, there's no stress, it's just release, set up, release, set up, release. It's beautiful. It's virtually poetry in motion.
60.
Couldn't agree more. The word that's been used a lot to describe throws like his over the years is metronomic.
140.
And a lot of people don't know what that means.
I was about to say, who uses that word?
Well, a metronome is used by musicians to keep time. And the old school ones, before digital metronomes were invented,
100.
they used to tick-tock left and right. And it would keep you in rhythm. And you'd be able to set it to
100.
a 4 or a 3 or a 2. So it would be 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4. And with someone like Alex, you could set his throw
59.
to a metronome.
Romeo,
It's
you
that
require
rhythmic.
99.
Every day is a school day when you
59.
joined by Paul Nicholson. It's the metronome Alex Spellman. What a name that would be. That would kind of confuse a lot of people.
If you can get your hands on an antique
60.
metronome these days, they're worth a
Romeo,
few
you
quid.
require 40.
I'll have to ask Terry Jenkins. He's got everything. That is a terrible dart. But that's a really
Game
good
shot
one.
of fourth flag.
It's almost like
Romeo
you wanted to
Gerber.
take 40 and 3 darts there. All is well. It's
Fifth flag,
2-2.
it's Alex
And
to
this
throw
one,
first.
the tighter it is,
Game on.
the tighter things will be in the table, which makes the rest of the viewing for Wednesday even more viewable.
I'm just here for the education. You kind of just giving me a metronome. I've never ever. But I mean, listen, it all comes down to rhythm, and rhythm is so important. We see Romeo a bit more erratic than he was on the first 2 days. I mean, he's scoring, and this is what we said earlier on. He's never been. Obviously, it's his first time at Modus. So he's not experienced what it's like to be on a day 3. I mean, there's been a lot of darting action, loads of games. So he knows exactly
140
how he needs to perform or what he needs to perform. If he replicates what he done yesterday, I think that he might be in with a massive shout. But how much impact will a defeat 56 to Alex Spellman be to him? And what kind of mindset will he be in after that? Will he feel as though his game his hopes are gone?
60.
Does he then just throw it as simple? I mean, there's a lot that we need to still discover with Romeo. But we know a lot about Alex, though.
133.
Very well done. Seems to be leaving double 16 a lot in this game. Maybe just a coincidence. But predominantly this week he has been on tops.
Alex, you require 32.
But he's shown great accuracy in both departments.
Game shot
And he does again for 3-2.
Spellman.
Now at this early stage in game 2 of the day, game 1 for these guys,
Sick flag, it's Romeo to throw
whatever
first.
happens, there's going to be a 2-point gap between them. But as the day goes on and the remaining games decrease,
45.
those gaps become wider and wider. And there's going to be a couple of matches at some point today where people are close and there's only 2 points between them.
100.
But then there's the possibility of that game being put to the side with a 4-point gap emerging. They are going to be the big
99.
ones.
Pretty much steady from Alex Spellman, averaging around 92 and checkup percentage of 50%.
93.
And just typical, consistent.
Yeah, it's not far from what he's been doing all week. 92.19 average for both days. 42% on the doubles. And the difference in average between Monday and Tuesday is less than half a point. And the point that you made at the top of the show, Devon,
93.
is that both daily averages are above 90. That's always going to be competitive here.
And not just that, though. It's the checkout percentage as well. Yesterday, not as strong as he was on day 1. But overall, a 41% checkout. 42. I mean, if you're in that space there, I mean, like you said, it's going to be very competitive and it's going to put players under stress, knowing that if you have an opportunity, potentially you're going to take it out 7 times out of 10. And yeah, we see Alex Spellman setting up for the 76 now.
Alex, you require 76.
This could be a 15-darter for him to get the victory over Romeo.
It's going to be tops.
56.
Not just yet.
Romeo, you require 97.
Can Romeo find an act of escapology? Easy for me to say. Double top. Yes, he can. Just call him Houdini. That's a brilliant shot. And we shouldn't be surprised by that in this
7
fixture.
from final leg. It's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Because yesterday, Gerats won by 4 legs to 2 against Alex, averaging over 104.
60.
Coincidentally, when Gerats won that game, he was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. He's not going to better that
100.
in this fixture because they're both 3 from 7 to this point.
Alex Spellman missing a match dart there, and Romeo's finishing. We've known him to be quite effective on that area, anything between 82, 116, 117, and always just carving out opportunities. And we did say what's going to happen today is it's going to be a matter of moments in the game. Yes, we understand that the game, getting the points, the 2 points is going to be important, but those moments in the game, that flips it, the script. I mean,
140.
we've already witnessed one of them.
I think the biggest thing about this fixture right now
60.
involves a player that's not even on the hockey. Because if you're Brian Raman studying the table, this, whatever happens, is the best result for him. He can't affect
60.
who joins him on 14 points. But what he wanted out of this fixture was for it to be tight. As tight as possible. And it is.
41. Alex, you require
It just so happens
156.
that the person with the superior leg difference of anybody has now got 6 darts to win the match.
You'd expect him to drop one in the treble there. Treblers visit.
60.
It's probably not the best result there. And Romeo now needs to find that first dart. And if he has a treblers visit, then
60. Alex, you require
purely just
96.
Alex Spellman.
You don't think that Alex is going to squander this, especially when he's got 2 darts to take it now.
Game shot. And
Alex
the match,
plays his trump
Alex
card,
Spellman.
and he gets a very valuable 2 points to join Brian Raman on 14. So if he wins all of his games today, he might be safe. But for now, with that extra game played, he's top of the table, and Romeo has got some catching up to do when it comes to rounds 2 and 3. But over to Brian Raman now. His tail of the tape, well, it's been good to date, but now his run-in, it starts with Andy Bolton.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who were around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
West has won the match with a 9 dart. Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Game number 3 coming your way. And this is another important fixture. I know they're all important, but this is a big one for Andy Bolton to see whether he's going to be in the mix in round 2 or whether he's going to have too much to do. And he's been here many, many times before in many, many different situations. So he will know exactly what he has to do to stop the Riddler. 28 years of age from Belgium. Has made it to a weekly final before, but this man has won 2 weekly titles and has been to other finals as well. Here is what this game is all about. Raman wins, he goes to 16 points and back to the top of the table. If Bolton wins, we will have 2 players on 14 points and 2 players on 12. And we will have carnage.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
And we like carnage.
We did promise you drama this morning, and I mean, we could tell by after Monday that this was going to kind of
56.
be how the league would have looked by the end of, or closer to the Wednesday. But you just didn't know who it was going to be, because this group is littered with top quality players. Andy Bolton needs to make sure that there's no mistakes. And
42.
we know with Brian Raman obviously throwing first, that's an advantage. But with the scoring power of Andy, and if he's got those soft mints today, you know that he's going to be
59.
unstoppable.
Yeah, he can't be a Mr. Softy today. He's going to have to show us his tough stuff. Now, Andy, from day 1 to day 2 in this week, did increase his average by more than 3 points. That was the biggest increase of any player from day 1 to day 2. And he found himself slipping down the table.
96. Andy, you require
Bit curious.
131.
But he's already got a 170 plus score in this first leg. Effectively, it's a maximum. And he's got 6 starts to take care of this. Still needs the treble 20.
55.
That 55 is, it's not bad, but it depends on how Brian Raman reacts to it.
100.
It's not bad as well, but
you require 76.
another treble there would have just thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. But Andy Bolton could early on break the Brian Raman throw. We'll have 1 dart at a double. Double tops is incoming, and Andy Bolton on the money. That's a great 15 dart leg there from Andy Bolton, and you
Second
feel as
leg,
though
it's
the
Andy to throw first.
big moments in the games are it's between the scores of 280. Say 116. It's those where the setups are so important, putting on pressure. It's the early on misses. Brian Raman can't afford to miss in the big 5.
85.
Does rescue it with 1 last dart, but you look at the 2 consistent players and just on technique and how they throw, Alex and Andy, and they've been the 2 players that have incrementally been in the 90 range for most of this contest over the last 3 days. What's your comparisons, or is it a comparison that you can make based on Andy's experience and just Alex's winning mentality, but winning in the US?
Personally, I think with Alex and Andy, I think they're very similar players. They're very dependable. They're the kind of players you want in your darts team.
140.
Because they're always going to give you a really good level of quality. It's just a question of whether they have it enough against explosive opponents. So far in this game, Bolton has that explosive nature because this is a really good performance. He's got Brian on the back
56.
foot immediately.
And you require 32.
There is a look in his eye today.
Edge on his second leg, Andy Bolton.
This is a business day. The first 2 days are just about getting yourself into contention. Wednesday is all about playing your best and getting yourself into the best possible position. If it's not going to be number 1 position for Bolton, he will not accept anything less than a Group B spot. That's how he operates when he comes here.
But it's simply because he is always in
96.
contention, just because of how dependable his throw is and just his mannerisms on the stage. Never erratic. You always know what you're going to get. It's like a good cup of
39.
tea. Just steady, strong, and creamy.
I was thinking about this a lot overnight. Watching the fireworks down at Southsea Common, in fact, which were very explosive indeed as well. But I thought, what is Raman going to have to do
58.
today to succeed? Easy to say if he wins all of his games, he will qualify. But I think if he's to have a little bit of a wobble, it's how he reacts to that that will define where he is. This is not really a wobble from Brian.
137.
This is just brilliance from Bolton. And he is staring 3-0 in the face.
80. And do you require
Bolton has
88?
just gone from strength to strength. Started the first leg off with a 15. He's now easily going to find himself on a 12. He finds the double.
60.
Double 14 does not, but Brian Raman has been... This is more than awake. This is more like if there was an
41.
alarm clock.
And do you require
Andy Bolton
28?
is like an orchestra just banging the drum in the room, just waking you up to a shock.
Oh,
It's
how
on
good
the
is that,
third
Dart?
leg, Andy
You can
Bolton.
see the angle he needed to find. He gets it. He's 3-0 up.
Fourth flag.
Just
It's
for a
Andy to throw
few
first.
measly moments there.
Game on.
Andy was in personal best territory here at the Modus Super Series. His PB here, 109.31. He won't care about that. But if he can get
100.
another hold of throw here for 4-0, my word, Brian's leg difference
100
will be destroyed.
80.
And Andy's would thrive.
A 4-0 is not what Brian wanted. After the first result of Alex Spellman and Romeo, he
100.
was hoping... I mean, if Brian's going to lose, he has to make sure that he stays in contention, but Andy's giving him no opportunity.
43.
Put the pressure on him immediately. Even though it was Brian Raman's throw, Andy is on him like white on rice.
Yeah, it's a bit like Brian is in training. And he has been over the last couple of days, really starting to feel it.
100.
And then you have your cheat day. And you realise, oh, this is the day where I can eat anything I want. And then somebody brings you some Rivita.
43.
And you think, well, that's not what I wanted. A 4-0 in this game is exactly what Brian does not want. So, in a way, no disrespect to that brand, but it's like cucumber on Rivita. It's not what you want in the morning.
135.
Andy Bolton is caring 0% about the
And
plight
you
of Raman in
require
this game.
66.
This is tunnel vision, tungsten brilliance. And he's only 2 darts away from winning. In less than 8 minutes.
34.
Scary to think this performance could be so much better.
100.
Brian recovered
And you
in his
require
first game of the week
32.
from 3-0 down. If he gets out of this, I'll be very impressed. But he won't.
Shot and the match.
And Andy Bolton has taken Brian Raman out and taken him off top spot and given the birthday boy Alex Spellman the top spot after round 1. But Bolton is now in the fray because he's gone from 4th to 3rd over Romeo Gerats. And round 2, it's going to be brilliant because more of that will put Andy in a brilliant position. The 100 average, the 40% on doubles, a typical Andy Bolton performance gets him a very, very valuable win. So when we come back after this short break, we're going to see what the leader will do. Spellman will take on Dean Finn. Before we get into the next match, let's have a look to see what's happening in the table, because it is very exciting indeed. Bolton with that 4-0 win against the overnight leader Raman. He now gets himself within 2 points of said player. And Gerats, who lost in his match against Spellman in Game 2, he sees himself in 4th, but still very much in contention. But it is Spellman who is at the top right now. And he takes on Dean Finn, who currently occupies 5th. And the birthday boy from North Carolina, at this point in time, is looking good to make Group A great again. He's got the top spot for now. But then again, I would not be shocked to see it change hands maybe 2 or 3 more times throughout the course of the day, Devon.
Alex Spellman surely wants to get, wants to find his game and be top trumps here in this league. It's now, but it's Dean Finn though that, I mean, with his opening leg game today against David Evans, did impress, did show a bit of what he was doing on Monday.
First leg, it's Dean to throw first.
I think that Alex Spellman will feel a bit excited about being on the top, but he knows that there's so much to do still.
So what we have now is a leader
115.
who has equally the most points, but now the best leg difference. It's not a massive comfort blanket that he has in that department, because Bolton's only 2 legs behind him now.
139.
This group is all going to be about consistency. And you do get the feeling, considering that performance from Andy just now, that he is ready to up the levels.
80.
People are going to have to follow that. On Monday, Alex Spellman was top of the group. On Tuesday was second. And I'm sure that on Wednesday, he's looking to be on top of the group as well. But the difference between Monday is Monday you come here and you kind of find your place. On Wednesday, you carve out your rest of your week.
136.
So with Alex coming in from the US, winning is probably the best thing for him, because he can have 2 days off, chill out, figure out a bit more of his throw, because I know that obviously
81.
staying with him in the apartment, knowing that he's
107.
wanting to kind of just, there's areas that he can still improve, and that's a bit scary though for the rest of the pack. But I think that 2 days will definitely give him
54.
some real motivation for the Saturday. But where he wants to be is still got a lot of work to do today, and Dean Finn is wanting to be that little
96.
banana peel in this
116.
this chase for the dream.
Love that second dart. He loves the third even more.
Dean Finn.
Another Ton Plus checkout to add to his collection. He's had plenty this week.
Second leg, it's Alex
But just because he's had plenty doesn't mean he doesn't want more. Alex is looking to become the second Group A winner of this series. Sto Bunce,
59.
when he came over from America, he found his way to having a couple of days off where he went around Portsmouth, did a bit of sightseeing, and he was very impressed with it. But he knows a thing or two about Portsmouth anyway, because he lives in Portsmouth in America. But I think when someone travels a great distance to come here to the south coast of England, one of the healthiest mindsets is, I didn't come all this way for nothing. You motivate yourself because of the sacrifice you have made.
100.
Alex would rather be at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on his birthday playing darts than in his own country that is having their general election today. And that tells you everything about his motivation.
96.
He's definitely darts mad. He's left his comfy desk chair at Epic Games and been involved
65.
with Fortnite to chase the darting dream. So this man definitely has a destiny within the sport itself that he wants to write. And you look at and
100.
even the conversation that we had about that and saying, like, he's going to go around the country and do this because, I mean, this is what he wants to do. If it fails, he can just go back to a job. But you're kind of never going to get this time back where you're playing at your very best and you're experiencing all of what Alex is currently experiencing now.
Yeah, you have to play the hot hand. When you're playing the best darts that you've ever played, or close to it,
58. Dean, you
it
require
is your responsibility to
155.
do something with it. If you don't, that's entirely your call. I've seen from many players over the years who've had the talent but haven't been willing to give it a
60.
go.
Alex, you require
Spellman obviously wants
160.
to. Bottom of the 60 is what he wants. He'll take it. Can he get another one in? Such a beautiful dart.
120.
And not quite, but a
Dean, you
brilliant
require
effort.
95.
His tops hitting hasn't been his very best. But Dean Finn.
Interesting. He went for 38-36.
55.
He does love
Alex,
the
you
36,
require
but that
40.
push there on the shoulder.
Game shot on the
Top
second
sitting
leg.
for
Alex
Alex
Spellman.
Spellman on the second time of asking has been phenomenal. He just needs to reset himself, but we
Third
do know
leg,
that
it's
Dean
to
Finn
throw
has
first. Game
a
on.
tendency to push that shoulder and means that the darts kind of go offline and goes to the right, which is experienced obviously in that attempt on the
58.
95. But this game evenly poised.
I think what Alex said to us on Monday morning was very apt. He wants to have a level of performance and feel this week that
59.
he's happy with by the end of week 9. But look at the other players. Everybody has got to be working on something. You don't just turn up and hope for the best.
99.
If you're an active player at this level or above, you've always got to be working on something, no matter how big or small it is. For example, we know that Michael van Gerwen is working on something right now because he's changed his darts.
140.
Small differences. Finn and Spellman and the others are no different. You don't just turn up and
58.
hope. It's got to be a conscious effort. But if I may take it one step further, when you're in the practice room, you can actively try to change something. When you get on the stage,
92.
just play. That's my advice.
It's easier said than done.
It is.
I know I'm guilty of that as well, because it's almost like when you go to a driving range, as we see Finn here with the first maximum of the game. But when you go to a driving range, and I've seen Tiger Woods say this, if he's playing the ball in a certain way, he'll play that ball in that certain way and use that.
140.
I mean, for most dart players, if you drop in low, you're not just going to keep dropping low. You're going to have to actively change it, like you said. And Dean Finn again in this position, pulled it inside. We've seen that
71.
happen many a
Alex,
time.
you
And
require
this is a
70.
big moment in the game now, because this would break the Dean Finn throw. 20 with last dart in hand on the double tops. He's missed it before.
50. Dean, you require 35.
He's just shy, and Finn can take the lead. These small margins, they could magnify the situation in the table. And you said it, Devon.
Third leg, Dean Finn.
And we were all thinking it as well, that Finn and Evans aren't
Fourth
just here
leg,
to
it's
make
Alex
up the
to throw
numbers.
first.
They
Game
can
on.
cause trouble. Just imagine if Spellman was to lose this game, he'd only have 3 matches left.
53.
His biggest rivals would have 4. And if anybody's been following Premier League football over the last couple of years, you know exactly what it's like when someone has a game in hand.
140.
Liverpool fans will know that more than most. When Manchester City pipped him to the title.
Let's not talk about it, please. Let's leave it there.
You're a Liverpool fan, right?
Yes.
Well, you should be happy today. They played brilliant last night against
43.
Leverkusen.
Yeah, we're going to win the league, but what you're bringing back is the nightmare. We don't want to go relive nightmares. Nobody goes to bed thinking about, I want to relive a nightmare or dream or have that nightmare repeat itself. So let's forget about that. Let's go. Alex Spellman now is really...
28.
But exactly what you're saying, it now becomes that, is Alex a good runner ahead in the pack itself? Because he'll kind of be an advanced stage. So if he wins this game, everybody's under pressure. If he loses this game, everybody kind of sees blood in the water. So you kind of have he's got the makings of the spell in his hand.
I know what you're trying to say.
56.
Some people, when they get a lead early, they can protect it very, very well. I remember watching the Olympic javelin during the summer, and a Pakistani
81.
javelin thrower launched this first round throw well over 90 meters, and everybody said, what was that? And all of a sudden, people thought about the next 5 rounds differently.
24.
If someone was to go out like Kurt Parry last week and put this mark out that people thought, well, I'm not really sure if I'm going to catch that. It's a bit like that javelin throw in the summer in Paris. Here, this is a bit more like Alex is out there. We can catch him, but it will be hard. Can Alex beat us, though?
140. Alex, you require 167.
Great articulation there, Paul. It is exactly what it is. And I think that the dynamics of the sport, people, watching the sport, you only think of what's being thrown and what's required. But there's a whole host of moving parts when it comes to thinking about the game. As Dean Finn now on a 113 that will put him in 3-1 ahead and the breaking the Alex Spellman throw. But Alex needs to now bring out the 107 and show some heroics and also really just put a mark out there and show that he's not going to be pushed over. He's missed the tops with the last dot twice already.
87.
That's now the third time, and it's always going inside.
36.
Dean's last shot at a double was the first one he's missed in the game.
Game shot.
He doesn't miss the next one.
Dean Finn.
Pay attention, everybody. If you're in the practice room or watching worldwide, this table is not predictable. Alex is very displeased.
I wonder if he's thinking about the birthday cake that he's going to have after, or how sweet it's going to taste if he wins the round. If he doesn't, does he just buy a cupcake and just kind of lays in bed?
He only gets cake if he wins the group. There's actually a very good cake shop across the road, so we'll have to get him with something.
Oh, yeah. We'll just have to find out if he's lactose intolerant or...
Well, apparently it is an egg-free cake shop.
108.
So I think we're safe there, but Alex is very much not safe in this game. Dean Finn, right now, is playing a very, very competitive brand of darts. His doubling has been exceptional. His scoring has been very good.
And this is what we said early on. I mean, Dean Finn showed this kind of game on Monday. Yesterday, slight little wobble, and that can happen. But today, Dean Finn knows he still has games to play. Number one. Number two is he wants to find himself in Group B because there's more opportunity. But if he does find himself in Group C, himself and David Evans,
140.
he's certainly going to be
Dean, you require 164.
in with a shout for the Saturday. And if you see him on the Saturday, Dean Finn is not going to be one to be messed with. I think that we called it on Tuesday, he could be the black horse.
The Bête Noire.
80.
As Kim Huybrechts once famously said about Terry Jenkins. Well, Dean Finn is 84 points away from joining 2 players on 12 points. If he does that,
115.
he's going to reduce Spellman's leg difference. And that will mean that there will be 2 points between the top 5. Double 12.
$78.
Well,
Alex, you
we
require
press pause on that
107.
possibility, and Spellman gets another chance of something like this. Is he going to leave tops again, or is he going to switch? It's a different plan. And it works
Game
a
shot on the
treat.
fifth leg, Alex Spellman.
We just don't know how valuable that leg is right now. Because if he goes on to win
Sixth
this
leg,
game,
it's Alex to throw first.
my word, this will
Game
be a
on.
valuable 2 points.
The big thing is we mentioned moments in the game, and Alex Spellman has persisted on their tops. Missed it a few times. Opted for the change
140.
in plan and worked out, and I could have easily not and seen Alex kind of just walk off the stage, contemplating whether his game is still in space. But Dean Finn has everything, offering everything in this match here. 3-180 so far, and he's poised for the 9, but Alex started off with a 180 and a tease throw, so this is something that Dean has to take away from Alex.
I haven't played Fortnite myself, and Alex knows more about that
43.
video game than most, because he's one of the programmers for it in the past. But I'm sure he understands a little bit of game theory, which is if something isn't working in a 2-dimensional video game or in a 3-dimensional actual game like this, you don't have to continue doing the same thing
135.
to get a better result.
Alex, you
You
require
can change.
161.
That's what he's proven to us in this game. You can be flexible. We have seen a 143 this week from Andy
Dean,
Bolton.
you require 143.
That was a really good finish yesterday from X Factor. That would have been even better. That's in. That is brilliant.
107. Alex, you require
Now Spellman has to
97.
hit this. And he can't leave double top. But he can leave double 12. That is
Game shot on the
exceptional.
sixth leg, Alex Spellman.
Seriously. Just when everything is on the line, he comes up
7th and
with a
final
beautiful
leg. It's
3-dot
Dean to throw
kill.
First. Game on.
Stares into the abyss there, understands that this is the final leg now. And
60.
as you said, Paul, that 70 game plan change, the 97 that he had, and opting for the 18. We're now at the point where
140.
moments are changing the way in which this log is going to look like, and the end result. I mean, we were speaking previously. Dean had a finish 3-1, 4-1.
60.
Kind of just killed Alex Spellman's leg difference. It's now brought it tighter. If he loses this game, he's done really well to kind of manage the
58.
damage that it's caused.
It's a very fair contest. Both averaging high 80s. Both 50% on doubles.
95.
3 maximums, like Devon mentioned, for Dean. But Spellman has been owning the 140-plus column. He gets a 130-plus there. And it is a chance to win this match after being 3-1 down. He could have lost it. Now he's more likely to win it.
100. Alex, you require 100.
The emotions of the people in the practice room about 10 minutes ago, they were thinking, this is a great result for us. Now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
134.
This man has got ice in his veins. Or he's got a ridiculous amount of composure that he can call upon
96.
when needed.
Alex, you require
He only needs
36.
one more double. And that's
Game
it.
shot and the match.
A
Alex
finishing
Spellman.
maestro, and he wins again today by 4 legs to 3. The second time he has done it by the finest of margins. He was 3-1 down and suffering on tops. He changed the plan, and since that time, he was flawless. There you can see the game. Both over 50% on doubles, both over a 90 average. One of the most competitive games we've seen all week. But that 107 checkout to get to 3-2 down, that was monstrous.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg.
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, double 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Thanks for staying with us. And David Evans will now take on Andy Bolton for the third time this week. And Andy has to try and keep pace with Alex Spellman, who has got himself out of jail in the previous match. Andy will be hoping he can do exactly what he did to Dave yesterday, because it was a 4-0 victory and it was destructive. If he does it again, it will be the ideal start for Andy, because he did start with a 4-0 against Brian Raman. It's time to sprint, isn't it, X Factor? Can he stretch his legs, no pun intended, against the man who's at the foot of the table? He's now cut adrift by 6 points, because Finn did get a win in his first game against Stretch. Today, are things going the way you thought they would, Devon? Or has something surprised you already?
I think it's all
99.
well scripted before, and you kind of seen it happening. I mean, the game before this, Dean Finn in command there, and the 107 just flipping it around. We did say that
41.
moments will change games, and we've already seen a few moments in it, and it also showed Dean Finn is not going to be pushed around by Andy Bolton's opening game. 10 plus. One of 3 players to have a 10 plus this week. And now you're looking at just carrying on with that. So number one is, how long does Andy have it? How long can he play like that? Number 2 is, we do know that he's consistent. And number 3 is in his mind, he knows that I need to win all the games and then hope for a result in my favor. So he's got it all to do. So if he does win it, you know that it came from a possibility of an outside chance. But he's one of the players that you can almost expect to carve out a victory from that outside chance.
57.
If you're marking your cards as to where the most important fixture in our schedule today will be, it might be match 10. Bolton against Spellman could be the biggest match, but it very much depends on what happens before it.
125. Andy, you require 136.
Andy has 6 darts to get his 5th consecutive leg of the day. Well, that's a miss, but it's not the worst one in the world. And he's strolling around the stage like a UFC fighter just going into the octagon, flexing the neck,
60.
looking relaxed,
Andy, you require 24.
and ready to hit. It's time. And Bolton wins round 1.
First leg, Andy Bolton.
The X factor certainly making sure he's got the relaxed
Second
factor
leg,
as
it's
well.
David
Just
to throw first.
staying lumber.
Game on.
But I think the most important thing with how Andy approaches the game, he's got this, and I've never seen this before, obviously, because as a dart player, you would normally stand in staring the back of his head. But when you look at him, I mean, from the front, it's quite an aggressive approach. You wouldn't want to kind of have a tussle with Andy if he's in that mood.
Oh, no. That is not something you want to do. I've seen a lot of
58.
YouTube content, and the question has been leveled of all of the dart players that people have met, who was the most handy in a fight?
100.
I've heard a few stories over the years. I've also heard from many people that if you were going to send someone into battle for you, James Wilson would be the one.
I've heard that story as well. He's
59.
yeah, let's just say he's fearless.
Yeah, I don't think Andy Bolton is a shrinking violet either. He looks like he's made of tough stuff.
The one person I would say is
140.
Boris Crackmar. Yeah, he's one that, I mean, if you're surrounded by about 10 or 20 men, I just need him on my side, and I'm sure that we'll come out smiling.
I've only ever said 2 things to Boris.
100.
I said Merry Christmas to him in Croatian last year. I got that from the internet. And the other thing is, yes, Boris. Andy's been under very little pressure so far in this 5th game of the day. Andy is just meandering towards where he wants to go. Got to switch to the 17s here.
57.
Had to do that.
Andy,
The 60 was closed.
64.
And this is just more comfort for X Factor. Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg, Andy Bolton.
Very, very comfortable indeed. And he is dangerous when he's comfortable.
Andy to throw first.
He's like a computer hacker that's just woken up in the morning. What is it they say? They can do more harm before their morning coffee than most people on their commute. It's a dangerous thing, isn't it?
Knowledge is power. Applied knowledge can be devastating. But Andy Bolton there with 6 legs on the trot so far, and he'll be in a positive mind space, number 1. And number 2 is a simple game plan. For Andy, he cannot lose a game. And that will help him, though, because for everybody above him will be thinking of all permutations, looking at all of those. At the start of the day, Andy knew that he was slightly behind
60
in the league. He started it down 4th, but I think that that's going to change after this game.
I think you got one player on the stage right now who is trying
84.
very hard to get better. And then one player that is not doing that because he's already comfortable with everything he's doing.
137.
This is the most competitive leg that Dave's had so far. He's got Andy in his vicinity if he just keeps staying in that treble.
140.
That's more like it. Got to have patience in this format. And if you do have ambitions of getting back to where you have been before, like the PDC Pro Tour,
140.
you've got to be patient. It's not going to happen overnight. Q School is in January. It's in a couple of months. But if you can do the right things between now and then, you might get back to where you want to be. But if you don't,
Andy, you require 104.
you still have other aspirations that you can achieve. Andy's all about 104 checkouts, and he wants to go straight down the barrel of that. Double 12.
80. David, you require
Gives David an
96.
opportunity here to just stop the rot, really. And David Evans was 4-2, and a great opportunity there. We've
38.
seen Brian Raman
Andy, you
do that. Not
require
exactly the
24.
same way, but go 38-38 on Monday and got it. But Andy
Game
Bolton
shot
now,
of third
7
leg.
legs
Andy
on the
Bolton.
trot. Certainly comfortable. Certainly feel like he can't put a foot wrong. And he's certainly
Fourth leg.
moving
It's David
up
to throw
on that
first. Game
leaderboard.
on.
If he wins this game, he'll find himself in second place on 14 points. With a few more games, and I think that, like you said,
100.
it's the game at roughly around 12:15 today, Andy versus Alex. It might be the one that changes the entire face of this league, and it's going to be some
59.
dramatic stuff nearing the end of the day today.
Yeah, I am, regardless of what happens in this game, I am really looking forward to that Spellman game with Andy
96.
Bolton. That will be the start of round 4. So there is another game for those guys to play before they meet. But we can't forget about Raman and Gerats as well. If Romeo beats Brian next,
137.
Romeo goes to 14 points with Brian and Bolton if he wins this game. This is chaos, but in the best possible way.
I can tell by the amount of paper you have on your desk in front of you with
84.
everything kind of written down. I mean, I look over and I realize that it's organized chaos.
Oh, I'm in the Matrix right now. I am fully immersed in it.
57.
All you want to just see is David Evans just find that first start in the treble. That first start has been laying, and simply because he's moved over, he starts his throw on the far right side, which means that his dart kind of lands on that, which is perfect if it's first dart in the treble because then the bed is completely open. But when he just lays below, it makes it hard, and that's kind of where you want to be, the perfect spot. Andy will want to follow that in.
100. David, you require
I think it's fascinating to try and read Andy Bolton when he's in this mood. Little turns of the lip, little squints. Now, Bull.
139.
That would have cheered him up.
Andy, you require 148.
But Andy's got form for a shot just like this. In the first game of the week, he took it 142 to beat Spellman. No such joy. If David's not careful,
David, you require 25.
he could be on the end of a hiding if he doesn't take double 8.
Game shot of
Textbook,
fourth leg. David Evans.
really good. 17 dart leg. And there needs to be more of that level
Fifth leg. It's Andy to throw
from
first.
Dave. Getting onto
Game on.
a manageable out after 12 or 15 darts and being clinical at the end. Because throughout the week, He's hitting 1 of
125.
every 4 darts at double. At this level, that doesn't cut it.
I think once he starts correcting, like yesterday we seen him correct
97.
that first dart and just making sure that the release is slightly late, and that's what's causing the dip. Andy Bolton's release is perfect.
140.
Methodical. The man is a, what was the word again?
Are we going back to metronomic?
Andy Bolton is metronomic. Yesterday you says cosmopolitan,
97.
galactic. Today's metronomic.
I'm not sure what word of the day is today.
I'm gonna go with metronomic. It's already been decided.
6.
Oh, we'll think of something better than that.
I won't put it past you, mate. Andy Bolton a 176 already after 9. So you're kind of looking at 6 darts on the 176. But what a great 140 there to just make sure that he's in touching distance.
Look what comes next.
100. David, you
It's
require
steady.
167.
And Evans needs heroics just to keep this match alive. Holding out for a hero that just misses the bullseye.
And you require
Seriously.
66.
Now Bolton wants to get this finished before there's any more trouble. Because all of a sudden, Evans is starting to find stuff. Doesn't like that dart. Doesn't like how it's sitting. So he has to lob it over the top.
60.
I don't
David,
think
you
dart 2
require
gave him a great deal of
25.
confidence on double 8. Here we go with another 25 checkout.
Game shot on the
And he
fifth
does it
leg,
again.
David Evans.
Johnny Clayton couldn't have done it any better than that. And I renowned him as the
Sixth
best
leg,
25
it's David to
converter in
the
world
first.
darts.
Game on.
What could have been 4-0 is now a very sticky situation for Bolton.
David Evans missed 164 on the bullseye. Took out the
59.
25. 167 on the bullseye. Took out the 25. The only pattern that now exists is a 170 missed on the bullseye and a
83.
25 in 2 darts.
Yeah, he could win this match with 425 checkouts. He would take it. But let us talk about the possibility of Evans turning this
57.
around. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen somebody win from 3-0 down this week. But if Bolton is restricted to 12 points,
140.
because of the way things are working now with games decreasing, getting towards the end of the 15-round group, if you're 4 points behind the top spot
42.
with only 3 games to go, that is not an ideal situation to be in if you're one of the chasers.
Andy Bolton missed
32.
2 darts to have this game wrapped up. And now, David Evans, you feel as though will just fancy himself a bit now, seeing that he's experienced what it's like for doubles to go in and play really
100.
solidly. It's all for Andy to do here.
Well, Andy's doing what he does most of the time. He's averaging over 90. He's doubling over 40%.
100.
David is hanging on with a low 80s average, but has done fabulously over the last couple of legs. 31 darts to win the last 2 legs is just under 100 average. There is nothing
22.
that Stretch can
And
do
you
about this,
require
though.
146.
This is Andy's chance to get to 14 points. Not quite, but that is more than
89.
adequate.
David Evans here with a He just needs to put some pressure on the shot. He's threw a 22 before this, which certainly put him in this position, and he's seen that dart be in that same position more often than not.
57.
Well, look what he's left.
57.
He's already missed the bull for it. This time he might not even get a look at it.
Game shot.
And the better
match,
player
Andy
overall in that
Bolton.
match does get the result. Bolton was troubled. He was 3-0 up. Then all of a sudden, he was 3-2 up. And he was in a bit of danger. But he fights his way out of it by winning leg 6. And it looks on paper like it was fairly comfortable. It wasn't. Trust me. But with 50% on the doubles and almost a 93 average, Bolton is now in second position in the table, ahead of Raman, ahead of Gerats, who play next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scave.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets there.
Absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that pie face dominated throughout.
Game number 6, and this is the end of round 2. It'll be anything but easy now for these two, because Romeo Gerats, who lost by 4 legs to 3 to Alex Spellman in round 1, things don't get any easier for him as he now takes on Brian Raman, who was shocked to be on the end of a 4-0 defeat to Andy Bolton in game 3. But this is the tale of the tape here. If Raman wins, he will go to second position on 16 points. If Gerats wins,
First leg, it's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
he will join Raman and Bolton on 14 points, 2 adrift of Spellman. If you're a neutral right now,
94.
and you want a little bit more drama for the rest of the day, you're probably thinking, I wouldn't mind the Croatian winning here.
96.
But Raman has got other ideas. He's going to feel very wounded after losing 4-0 to Bolton.
It was a rude awakening.
134.
One of the first earlier games, and kind of put the Brian Raman lead
98.
under immediate stress. And he's certainly now have to make sure that he can make up on the legs
60.
difference as well and stay in contention. But the players he's playing against as well has had fantastic 2 days of performance.
100.
So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I did call Alex to win day 1, day 2, and day 3.
59.
But I still feel that Dean Finn game, he could have slipped and coulda, woulda, shoulda. But just shows you the level and the
57.
consistency
Romeo, you
that he
require
has and the belief in his game.
154.
This man himself, so much belief, and the 154 to
Game
open
shot
up,
of
and
first leg, Romeo Gabara.
Brian Raman now 5 legs on the trot, seeing
Second
doubles
leg,
go
it's
in
Brian
against
to throw
him.
first. Game on.
Romeo just doing what Romeo does. Romeo, wherefore
24.
dart I, Romeo? Was a Paul Nicholson saying early on and coming to fruition.
60.
I think I may have run out of Romeo jokes, considering what we did yesterday.
Romeo. I think that's your best one so far for the week.
140.
I'll forever see and want to ask you, did you ever get the cat?
Well, let's face it, when it comes to things like that, I've peaked.
95.
But as far as big finishes are concerned, Mr. Gerats
58.
has been treating us to some wonderful outs. That 154 is not even his biggest of the week.
140.
He has got a 167. And there have been others as well.
140.
This could be one of the best fixtures we can have all week, because these two have got more maximums than anybody else in this group.
71.
They have
Brian, you require 139.
28 between them.
57.
You just
Romeo,
feel
you
as though
require
the
135.
it's slightly slipping away the grasp of this, the potential of Brian
63.
Raman
Brian, you require
winning. And you
82.
did say that it could be a point where Brian has to pull out some heroics like this
50.
82 and does not go.
Romeo,
So
you require 72.
Romeo has now another opportunity. But this would be to break the Brian Raman throw. He won't like that. Will he go 25 or 15? Goes 45. What a shot. He's going to ask. He's definitely going to ask. There he goes.
Just making sure.
If you don't know, you ask.
Oh, no.
67.
That went very
Brian,
wrong
you
at the end.
require 32.
2 bad darts and 1 good one in the middle.
Game shot at
And he
second
pays
leg,
the price.
Brian Raman.
First leg of the day for Brian.
Third leg, it's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
Interesting times ahead. There are going to be so many fluctuations in this Group
58.
A table over the next hour or two. You simply can't leave us. And remember, because you're tuning in on the Modus Super Series
100.
YouTube channel, you can take us wherever you go with whatever smart device you have. Just don't take your TV off the wall. That would just be too fiddly.
60.
Subscribe to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, and you can watch us on your smartphone, your tablet, or whatever
57.
you use on the go. And that's how you do it. Simply click that red button, and you won't miss a trick. All the live darts,
134.
all of the additional content, some which is really, really serious, some which is a bit more
99.
on the comedy side. And remember, we do have some very good series when it comes to referees playing referees on our channel. Because
59.
recently we released George Noble versus Russ Bray. Check that out. That is good fun.
140.
Talk about fun. Romeo is certainly having fun on that stage, and
136.
great
Brian, you
setup
require
after 190.
105.
136. But you feel as though this 105 has to go Double 16 now. And
Game shot on the third leg.
yesterday he
Brian
had a
Raman.
1-2-7 against Alex Spellman, which kind of flipped it all around for him.
Full
And he
flag. It's
started
Brian
to
throw
believe again.
first.
This
Game
morning,
on.
the 4-0 from Andy Bolton has certainly kind of just wobbled his
100.
expectations for the day. And that 105 against a very capable Romeo, who was on a 54 outshot. He knows how important that is. I don't know
139.
if that was strategic. Great drop there.
Yeah, I think that last dart from Gerats was
140.
something that maybe slipped out of his hand. Could have been a lot worse. Could have missed the board.
100.
Even dart players at this level, they're not immune to a dart sometimes coming out of their hand wrong.
37.
Happens in all sports. Happens in cricket when a bowler doesn't quite get it right in the hand and you get a wide. But if you can minimise that,
132.
all the very best of you. Interesting there from Romeo to leave 130. Good thinking.
We said this all week. It does bring
43.
a different dynamic, especially
Romeo,
from
you
the
require
European side.
130.
Brian as well. It's the way in which they manage the board dynamics. And went 38-32, and that's a bit naughty though,
78.
Nico.
Yeah, that is something I didn't expect. And that's got the Riddler in a bit of a tiz. And that's saying something.
127.
This, I'm going to come back to that.
Romeo, you require
Because Gerats has got 52 to level here. And he does
Game shot on
level.
the fourth leg. Romeo
That's a bit
Gerats.
frisky. But if I may rewind the clock about 4 years,
Fifth
I
leg.
remember
It's
Boris
Romeo to throw
Krutschmer
first.
in Niedenhausen.
Game on.
And he left himself on 70 points. And he went double 17, double 18 with 2
96.
darts. And I thought, what was that? We've just seen a little bit of Boris
125.
from Romeo.
Certainly, they do bring a different dynamic to the conventional way of playing the sport, which is straight down the middle. The 130 was generally a
59.
treble 20, 54, 16.
That would have been a new one on me. But
84.
I've watched enough NFL over the years to hear very vibrant wide receivers go up to a camera and say, that's how we do. And apparently that's how
100.
Romeo does.
He had the Riddler riddled.
125.
And I think sometimes players do that to just kind of upset the thinking, change the tempo, all of those. And that was
32.
a mishap there from Brian on the calculation side. So now he's going to only have to set up. So both players have 6 darts from here. But it's the one that
58.
misses will be costly. That no treble visit there. Romeo will want to punish, but how big will the punishment be? This could be a 174.
138.
Now that
Brian, you
166
require
might come back to
108.
haunt him.
How do you want it, Brian?
76.
Slightly undercooked.
Romeo, you require 76.
I wonder how well done this is going to be. Double 18.
58. Brian, you require 32.
Could be slightly overcooked. This is difficult.
16.
That was really hard.
Romeo, you
Had
require
to go through the
18.
posts, but 2 translucent flights in the way. And as a result of
Game shot
that
on the
miss,
fifth leg.
Gerats
Romeo
takes the lead.
Gerats.
On his favourite double 9.
Nobody likes double 9.
Sixth leg. It's Brian to throw first.
I've been saving this for Wednesday. And this is just how nerdy I can get.
100.
The back of Gerats' shirt looks like the modern R2-D2 from the Star Wars movies. Can you see it?
58.
Nerd alert. And present.
That is a new level for you, sir. I mean, that's not only nerdy, but it's also
58.
artistic and creative at the same time. So I've said this before, Nico, that you're very articulate
56.
eloquent, but certainly creative and artistic. You are a well-rounded individual.
Yeah, we've gone from
92.
antique metronomes to Star Wars. But if you think about where Romeo lives in Darmstadt, German-based dart players have some of the best dart shirts
97.
in the world, and they all have something in common. They all have great logos. That's the thing about German dart players. It's not just
81. Brian, you require 167.
about the shirt, it's about the logo. And I think the Croatian who lives in Germany seems to have
57.
almost inherited that want. And he's got one heck of a logo and one heck of a game.
100.
Is he going to get a
Brian,
look at
you require
112 to win this
110.
match? Maybe not.
80.
Oh, that was close.
Romeo, you require 112.
If he gets a second ton plus check out of the match, this game's going to be interesting. Well, there you see how creative he can be.
Brian, you require 30.
Recovery needed.
18.
And now Gerats
Romeo,
comes
you
back.
require 14.
No hesitation. Double 4 to jump Raman in the table.
10.
He could pay the penalty for
Brian, you
that.
require
Not just in this leg,
12.
but this entire contest. That might cause him to not win this group. We just don't know what the snowball effect could be.
Like you said, that's the moment that he doesn't want to relive.
No score.
Didn't get close.
Romeo, you require 4.
He's distraught. And
Game shot.
Gerats
And the match.
is
Romeo
full of
Gerats.
glee. What is happening in this table? We've had 2 rounds of play today, and we've now got 3 players on 14 points, and Alex Spellman at the top on 16. It couldn't really be much closer than it is, but Brian Raman, who led the table overnight, has suffered 2 defeats in a row, and now he finds himself in 4th. That's how crazy it is. So when we come back, it's going to be Andy Bolton to find his way to 16 points, potentially against Dean Finn. Welcome back to the fun house of darts here in Portsmouth. It's all been fun this morning because if we look at the results, we've had 3 games where people have held their throat, 3 people have broken, and we've seen an almighty amount of surprises. Brian Raman was in the number 1 position overnight, but now he's in 4th, as you can see, on 14 points. He has the inferior leg difference of the 3 above him, and he's just reaped the whirlwind that is Romeo Gerats. Andy Bolton has done a brilliant job of elevating himself by 2 positions over the first 2 rounds, and if he can win this game by 4 legs to 2 or better, he will find himself top, albeit with playing 1 more game than the others. But he's played very well today, has Andy. His remaining fixtures are as such. He has Dean Finn right now. Then that titanic clash with Spellman in game 10. And then he'll have Gerats at the start of round 5. So he can set the target. But Gerats could as well. There are so many possibilities. So do not leave us over the next couple of hours as we try to find the first name into the Week 9 finals.
With that win from Romeo, it now puts him not only in contention, but you look at his games that follows. He's going to have David Evans and Dean Finn, which is the 2 that's kind of drift at the bottom of the log. Not purely by ability, but just by how intense this league has been.
84.
You'll see that as 2 opportunities to kind of increase, number 1, the leg difference, increase the points, and we know that Alex Spellman
90
has Andy Bolton and Brian Raman in quick succession. So, I mean, that's going to change very quickly, Nico. And
40.
We've said this before, it's going to be a drama-filled day.
I'm just looking at the last fixture of the day between Dean and Brian Raman.
121.
The way things are going, there might not be anything on that game. Raman might have already had the damage done. He can only get 6 more points today, and that's if he beats some of his closest rivals. Dean's already caused a real headache
137.
for Alex Spellman. He almost beat him. He had a match dart. And he started the brighter of the 2 here. This is sensible from Bolton. If you're not sure of your position, always step back, calculate, and then go back. That's worked out pretty well.
119. Dean, you require 72.
You feel as though the 72 can probably approach the 16s like he does, and then finding himself on his favoured double tops. Now we move to the tops, and now he gets it. He's done that before so many times. An acknowledgement, both players really.
Second leg,
Andy
it's
Bolton
Andy to
does
throw
respect
first.
the Dean Finn game, and so do many of us as now come to know Dean Finn. I mean, opting for the blue version of his shirt. Yesterday he had the white. Day 1 was the black. Andy Bolton opening up with a maximum. Could be a possible 9, but like we said, Dean Finn could be the banana peel in this
55.
This league, yeah, and Andy Bolton certainly doesn't want to be slipping up at this point.
Andy is assured of having at least
93.
1 maximum in all of the games he's played today so far. So it's a good sign that he's got it out the way. He only gets 1, but he wins.
60.
His game has never, and I mean never, been about a great deal of maximum shooting. The construct of his barrels, they're quite thick, they're quite heavy.
58.
It's all about lessening the mistakes. Steady play, 140s and tons, and good doubling. That's what his game is all about.
9.
It's not
Andy
a wow
require
factor kind of darts. It's
170.
consistent, and you can kind of, you're not always going to have the firework kind of dart game if you must. But when he does it
58.
all and it all clicks correctly, you know Andy Bolton is, he'll be north on 10 pluses.
You know what he would say to that, Devon? He'd say,
100.
I'm not wow factor,
Andy
I'm X
require
factor.
112.
Yeah, for a player to average in the mid-90s to 100s,
80.
as you see, he missed the 32 there and just shrug of the shoulders. But you have to know that how consistent he is on the it's the treble for show, doubles for dough kind of element that Bobby George always explains.
Andy require 32.
That's how good Andy Bolton is.
Game shot on the
Steady,
second leg. Andy
consistent.
Bolton.
This game is now poised at 1-1, so back on the Dean Finn throw.
Third leg. It's Dean
Well,
to
it's
throw
11:35 local
Game
time, and it's time for a mint. That sounded like a commercial.
100.
I wonder which one he has. What kind of mints he has. He's not the only person to chomp something on the stage. I know Raymond van Barneveld does it for sugar regulation because he's diabetic. Other dart players have done exactly the same. Some people chew chewing gum because it's a good way of relieving anxiety. I wonder how many sticks of gum Alex Ferguson went through in his career.
100.
I think it's how many sticks of gum he goes through now watching Man United play, because their game is 14th place at best.
Such a shame, isn't it?
Not at all.
Yeah, you're not going to get any sympathy from us. Moving swiftly on before we get into trouble with a lot of people who support said football team
83.
from around the world. Most of them outside Manchester. I wouldn't be surprised if Dean Finn's a Manchester United supporter. There's so many from Ireland.
So many Liverpool ones as well. He looks like a Liverpool kind of guy, though.
85.
We're going to have to get to the bottom of that. As for Andy, he is originally from the area called Stoke, near the Trent River, which has yielded some of the best dart players in the history of the sport. Adrian Lewis, Ian White, Phil Taylor. Why I mentioned him third, I've got no idea.
100.
And please remind yourself that we do have
137.
ADC qualifiers that come from all over the UK and the world, including Ireland, which is where Dean Finn has been found to come here this week.
58.
We have had many a player from the Stoke region from the ADC. Double 19 for Bolton. That is a wonderful dart. He's had a couple of beauties in this game. When he was trying to take the 112 in the previous leg,
Fourth flag, it's Andy to throw
he had
first.
a dynamite second dart
Game
60. And that double 19, my word, that really was impressive.
Is Andy Bolton the most textbook player that you've ever seen? Or probably in the top 3?
He's definitely up there.
Because he does I'm watching him now, very closely. I mean, he's not my type of player to watch. But I've seen him, his throw technique and all of those things, and I do enjoy that. As we see Dean Finn now register his first 180 of the match. But you look at all of what Andy does.
108.
Back-to-back 180s, and this game is now turned on. Dean Finn, can you throw another max? Maybe. Oh, no. But what I was saying about Andy.
140.
He takes his time to the hockey. He plays his own pace. When there's a shift on a double, he steps back. He's never rushed. consistent. Just
59.
does what he needs to. Always finds the first dart on top of the wire, if not inside. Predominantly just doing everything correct. So he ticks the boxes for me as if you're going to see a player play the game correctly,
45.
it would be Andy Bolton.
Yeah, he's not a bad muse. And when you consider who he's been hanging around with over the years, got great relationships with a lot of Scottish dart players.
100.
But he has spent a lot of time with the likes of Nathan Aspinall over the years. Very, very close with Nathan, who is in a little bit of a pickle at the minute in the rankings, if you're not
43.
aware.
43. Andy, you require 107.
Andy Bolton needs a 107. Yeah, early on he took out solid game on the 38.
55.
Dynamite second
Dean, you
dart as well.
require
And
93.
Dean Finn now needs to find this 93 to level and break back.
Is he going to stick with the treble? He's going to go for double-double. Just can't seem to find
53. Andy, you
the
require
first double
52.
on those combinations. Now, Andy's got 52 here. But this isn't the biggest concern for him right now.
Game
He
shot
takes
of
care of that, but
fourth
he's been
Andy
looking at his
Bolton.
hand a lot over the last couple of legs. I wonder... I don't
Fifth
think it's an
leg, it's
injury,
Dean to throw
but he might have a
first.
slight imperfection in his fingers. And throwing darts are so intricate. If you ever got a little nick or a cut or something that's happened to a finger, it
85.
might be in the position where you hold the dart. The smallest things can have the biggest impacts. Even a paper cut could curtail what you do for the rest of the day.
58.
He doesn't seem to be looking at it right now, but we'll keep an eye on that for you for the rest of the day.
$125.
I know that you were just saying that he does everything textbook, and I completely agree with you, but I honestly can't remember the last time I saw Andy comfortable playing darts. There's always something that he's trying to stretch, to loosen.
60.
There's a look at the hand again. Maybe it could be something to do with temperature and how his hands are feeling.
84.
I did see him go back to the table to almost dry his hand. So I don't know if it's moisture. And if you look at the construction of his battle, it's not very grippy. So
59.
slipping out will certainly hinder him. But we see Dean Finn, yeah, slightly ahead in this game, but needs to find a treble to make sure that he stays ahead.
61.
And that's the shoulder push and moving it into the treble 7. But Andy Bolton, yeah, certainly slipping now into the treble 20 and maximizing his efforts. And now the game is level.
86. Andy, you require 144.
This is for top of the table. Double 12. Oh,
Game
boy.
shot and the match.
X
Andy
Factor is here
Bolton.
to spoil everybody's party. He started the day in 4th position. He's now top of the table. He's undefeated for the day, and he's just finished that game with 324 points in 6 darts. He's in prime form in the middle of week 9. The job is not done yet, but he right now is the man to catch with another impressive display, and the doubling just doesn't let him down today. That is for sure. Spellman is one of the people trying to catch him. So is Raman, and they're going to play each other next. Welcome back. Middle match of the day already. And if you're not enjoying this today, well, you've come to the wrong place. But I'm sure all of you are in the right place and stay here because things are getting very exciting. X Factor is at the top of the table now, and Spellman has been top of the table for the last couple of rounds, and Raman was top of the table at the start. That pretty much signifies what is going on here.
First leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Just to throw a little bit of extra paprika on the spicy meatball, if Raman was to get his first win of the day at the expense of Spellman, we then have 3 players on 16 points and Romeo Gerbavats to play next. There is a possibility now
95.
that we could have 4 players on 16 points with 2 rounds to go. This is a great group to watch.
This is like a Netflix series. The
140.
darting series. It's full with drama, emotion. It's a darting roller coaster.
99.
Alex Spellman has been very consistent, but so far, it's been the Andy Bolton show. Started the day off in 4th. With a great 144 as we see Alex Spellman open up his account for the 180s early on in this match. But the 144 from Andy Bolton was fantastic to put him on top of the table. But Alex Spellman ahead in the games. The double 12 now. Needs to find out with the last dart and shoves off. But Alex Spellman here needs to topple Brian Raman and reclaim that top spot.
44. Alex, you require 24.
You'd fancy him a little bit more now with 3 in hand.
Game shot of
Only
first
needs
leg,
the 1.
Alex Spellman.
And boy, has he been tested today. Took him all 7 legs to get rid of Romeo Gerbavats.
Second leg, it's Brian
Took
to throw
him
first.
all 7 legs to get rid of Dean Finn. But if Alex
60.
thinks anything's going to get easier, think again. He's got Raman, he's got Bolton in that insatiable game that will take place in game 10. And he's got Evans to finish.
100.
Here's the big thing right now. After the charge from Bolton, he still needs a favour.
6.
He can win all of his games today, and he could still find himself in second position. The ideal situation right now for Bolton is for Raman to win.
121.
And he wouldn't mind Gerbavats losing to Evans next as well. But that might be asking too much.
83.
So many permutations, yeah, and papers are being raffled. Ink is being used. And you're looking at the table and just thinking, Alex Spellman wins all his games. It's certainly a game over scenario. And for Brian Raman, I mean, he started off the day
60.
top of the pile. He's now not even in the graphic.
By winning that first leg, Alex has got 2 provisional points. If he wins the match, he will elevate himself to 18, like you can see.
100. Alex, you require 106.
Brian is struggling to put performances together. And his opponents are going after him. That leaves 85.
100.
Okay.
Brian, you require
That I can get behind.
The one thing about Brian Raman is everybody
59.
picks up on his
Alex, you require 60.
how emotionally unstable he is when he does miss. As we see Alex Spellman now. With a favourite tops, but
leg, Alex Spellman.
just coming back to the Brian, when you play the game, you want to almost have a poker face approach and not show when you're under stress or struggling or just not happy, because then your opponent finds it a bit easier for them to kind of hit their numbers, and also be in a position of just making the game a bit more comfortable. Brian Raman is one player that wears his heart on his sleeve, and just every reaction, as we see there, shrug of the shoulders, showing how in place his hair is, shaking his head. And Alex Spellman then just goes up and throws a 180, and that hurts him every time.
140.
If you were going to play a game of cards against one of the two names I'm about to mention, would you rather play Phil Ivey or Phil Hellmuth?
100.
But my point is, would you rather play them post beating them in a previous hand? What I mean is, if you play the poker brat, Hellmuth,
129.
he's going to tell you exactly how he feels. Phil Ivey will keep it to himself and he'll be like a statue. I'd rather go against Hellmuth.
57.
Because at
Alex,
least
you
I
require
would
132.
promote the tiniest bit of weakness. Having said that, Hellmuth has won more World Series and poker bracelets than anybody.
100.
So it's probably a bad example to use. Well, Hellmuth is all about the positivity these days, that's for sure. And as everybody knows, he can dodge bullets, baby.
140.
But Brian
Alex, you
Raman
require
can't dodge
52.
these bullets.
Game shot on
3
the third
bullets,
leg. Alex Spellman.
3 legs, and Spellman is less than 6 minutes into this game and
Fourth leg,
almost
it's Brian to
on
throw
top
first.
again.
Game on.
The reality is
100.
Brian Raman started the day off high spirits, certainly probably full of confidence as well. A late release there caused the dart to be pulled into the bottom bed, but great correction there. And this is when you know you're dealing with an operator. He knows his throw inside out, so he could quickly
57.
correct it just based on feel. Didn't need a step back. He's kept in rhythm and found the treble bit. You look at Alex Spellman's average right now and climbing.
108.
It's now at 108. And he's leading 3-0. So everybody that's played against Brian Raman knew they had to do somewhat special, almost a special performance. Andy Bolton done it. Alex Spellman's doing it.
Yeah, this is rather special.
100.
He is on course to break his Super Series personal best, which stands at 105.8.
83.
If he takes this
Alex,
out
you
in 2,
require 100.
he will definitely break that. 3, I'm on the fence. Let's find out.
80.
He would have broken it. He won't care about the numbers. Apart
41.
from the number 4,
Alex, you require 20.
which is the amount of legs he could have right now. Can he recover this time after a bad first dart?
12. Brian, you require 106.
He might be smiling now. Is he still? Just about.
120. Alex, you require 8.
Still double 4 for 4-0.
Game
And
shot
that
and
is
the match,
catastrophic
Alex Spellman.
for Brian Raman. Today has been a nightmare for him. But if we may be frank, everybody's playing well against him. It has been tough for the Belgian, but the American on his birthday has been faultless. And he's top of the table again and winning that game by 4 legs to 0 as well. With 100 average, it may make things very, very difficult for people to catch him. That game against Bolton in Game 10, it's going to be so good. But before we get there, we've got a small matter of Gerats against Evans. This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, he's put some going. 26 180s in total last night, I think. Might get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Bennett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Bennett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this.
128. Richie
Didn't get dart 8.
41.
He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Bennett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny require 100.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan, defeating Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heneghan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. Won in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Well, this is fun, isn't it? Great fun for most of the dart players, but maybe not for Brian Raman today, who's having not his best day. But like we said at the end of the last match, people have turned up against him, including Romeo Gerats, who got his first win against Brian this week in game number 6 by 4 legs to 2. That kept him in contention. And if Romeo gets a win in this contest as well, he will be on 16 points with second placed Andy Bolton. He is still in with a
First
shout.
leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
But like we mentioned about Bolton earlier, Gerats needs to keep winning and he will need a favour at some point.
96.
Just looking at the complexity of the table at the minute, the best possible result for Romeo in the next 2 matches.
136.
It is a win against Evans, and it is a Bolton win in the next game. That would stop Spellman
96.
from getting to 20 points and too far out into the field. Stay with us to find out what happens next.
100.
Darting drama scripted by Paul Nicholson. Certainly going as planned and as expected,
59.
but the way in which the games are going against Brian Raman is certainly not scripted. We did think that there would be a little bit of a complexity issue now for Brian because he's lost 3 on the bounce. Certainly out of contention of winning this.
140.
What I will say is that, and I'm being completely fair to Brian here, because he did start the table at first position.
140. Romeo, you
2
require
players
125.
have had their best performance of the week against him today. Oh, you greedy thing.
109. David, you require 110.
That's the one time you don't want to get 2 bullseyes. Dave needs the equivalent of a bull.
90.
Can't find the tops.
Romeo, you require 16.
Double 8. An immediate
On the
break
first
from
leg, Romeo
Gerats.
Gerats.
He's shown the highest ceiling this week. But we've now got
Second leg,
4
it's Romeo to
players
throw
in this
first.
group that have achieved
Game
a
on.
3-figure average. Trust me when I say this, that doesn't happen every week. The only 2 players yet to get
100.
100 average. One of them is Dave Evans. The other one is Raman.
And you feel as though
83.
Raman's game with his 180s and having so many chances, just that he misses so many chances as well. So his percentage on his doubles is what affects that average. But
140.
everybody else that had that explosive firework game, their finishing and doubling percentage has been 50% plus. Get to see that from Brian Raman. But how good is Romeo, though?
He's pretty good.
100.
I think Croatia should be very proud of him. A nation that has had some excellent dart players over the years. And if you want to know how many
97.
tournaments
Romeo, you require
Boris Kruchma has
161.
won, just look at his shirt.
92.
He's got stars on his shirt from being a world soft tip champion. But he's won more darts tournaments than Philip Taylor twice over.
140. Romeo, you
Nearly
require 69.
400. Interesting. But very,
Game shot on
very
the second
good.
leg, Romeo Gerbovac.
He's reaching deep into his box of tricks today. And he's coming out
Third
shining
leg,
like a
it's David to
sparkler
throw
on
first.
bonfire night.
Game on.
He's really feeling it, though. I like he's just got this infectious kind of vibe about him. Everything just exudes positivity. And when you say to people, go up there, play a game, and enjoy the game,
100.
you can do 2 out of the 3. You can only enjoy it when you're playing well.
That's so true. Yeah, you can't enjoy it when you're hitting 26 and 43. And when you're averaging 107 after a couple of legs, it's very enjoyable. He's got a few other tricks up his sleeve as well. That one was lobbed over the top just to get that treble 20 to stay on track.
81.
Just to tell you how difficult that is as well, because he's not as tall as David Evans is. Nobody is. And just the way in which you had to position
99.
that throw, the weighting, it changes the way in which you release, and it can come off more often than not. But when it does come off, you kind of, it feels almost as good as a 180.
That's a great last start.
David, you require 133.
Look where it's left him. On something more makeable than the number Dave had. All he can do is pitch his tent.
93. Romeo, you require 170.
Is it 3-0 again? It probably won't be.
54. David, you require 40.
David Evans has swapped over the
Game shot on the
tops
third leg. David Evans.
from his 31, but just still, if you glance at the averages now,
Fourth
David
leg.
Evans
It's
on a
Romeo to throw
97,
first. Game on.
Romeo on 100. You know how good this game is when both players are in that 100 range. But for David especially, this is good signs for him going into Group C.
Very much so. I'm not going to lie, I was quite worried yesterday. It didn't look good. He looked uncomfortable. But whatever he's done overnight,
140.
he is definitely going in the right direction. Just keep doing what you're doing. And tomorrow is a very different challenge because he'll be back in contention from the off against
100.
other players.
I know exactly what David done correctly last night.
57.
We ordered a nice chicken and chips. We had a conversation. We watched Liverpool smashed by Leverkusen.
Was he happy about that or not?
91.
No, he was ecstatic. He's a big Liverpool fan as well. And we just conversated. And the one thing about David is, and as dart players, you look at them and you think you know them because you see
Romeo,
them, but you don't kind of know his
170.
personality. He's so positive about his game and just knows he has to do what he has. And this could be the big...
134.
It's a great setup. But what I'm saying about David is as even though he had 2 bad games, he understands that his week's not over. And this is what the Modus series offers.
96.
You
Romeo,
may not
require
succeed in Group
36.
A, but there's always a B and C as well.
Game shot on
There's a
the
3-1
flag,
scoreline
Romeo
here,
Gerbervat.
considering that 13 darter. Yes, he is better
Fifth
than you
flag,
thought,
it's Davis
isn't
to
he?
throw first. Game
Did
on.
you know anything about Romeo Gerbervat before this week? Did you really? Did you know more than just the World Cup and the fact that he played at a couple of Euro
100.
Tour events this year? Yeah. Watch out. Romeo's about.
59.
And I get the feeling that at the end of this year, he's going to be so hungry for more success that European Q School has to happen. It simply must happen.
100.
And to get from Darmstadt to Kalka is not that far.
43.
He can jump in the car, he can jump on the train, and he can be there in a few hours. And I am certain that he's going to cause a lot of people headaches when he goes there in January.
97.
Look at what happened to Kai Gotthard when he was here, winning his weekly title for the first time. He went on to the World Masters final
140.
shortly after that. Having success here. Ask Dave. Ask him about 2020. He was having success from home in this format.
96.
His entire life changed. I wouldn't be surprised to see Romeo have the same sort of benefits.
46. David, you
It's a
require
leg away.
108.
Romeo has just kind of taken his foot off the pedal. David Evans looking at 108 and going back to the 32.
76.
Slight miss, and this can happen, but what a great dart there on the 57 and 19s. David Evans now going to step up
6.
3 in hand, and
David, you require
he
32.
stepped away from the 32 early on today. The simple reason he was missing it on day 1 and day 2. But he
Game
finds
shot
it with the
fifth
second
flag,
dart.
David
and
Evans.
what a great dart from stretch. Now you almost feel as though it's going to get a bit sticky.
6th flag, it's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
This is a must-win situation.
96.
If he doesn't, Romeo will be 4 points behind top spot with 2 games to go.
57.
That isn't good enough. Not in this situation.
65.
If he had Spellman in one of his last 2 games, maybe it could be done. But he's got Finn and he's got Bolton. If he loses the next 2 legs, he's going to need one heck of a favour from multiple players. And
60.
here is what's going on at the minute as well. We've got people chasing the top spot. But even if they don't make it, they're not even guaranteed Group B.
41.
If you are new to the Modus Super Series, the winner of Group A goes to Saturday to play in the Week 9 finals. Second and third in the table get Group B, which is from 10 p.m. tomorrow
59.
and on Friday night. That's a 5-person group, where 3 will qualify for Saturday also. If you're in the bottom 3, it's only 2
43.
spots available from 6. Just a bit harder.
I feel as though David Evans wants to get this, and a big visit here.
140.
104 is
Romeo, you require
certainly put him in on the dance floor. And with the shoes he's wearing. Not today, though. Those are not the sparkly shoes.
80.
And a clear
David, you
miscalculation,
require
or just a
104.
slip of the dart. But David Evans had 108, missed it. Now he's got 104, and that just bounces off the battle. So Romeo Yale 57 to clinch the game.
Should have been sitting on 40.
42.
The bad dart in the
Romeo, you
previous
require
visit
57.
means he will only get 2.
Game shot.
It
And the
turns
match,
out
Romeo
2 was
Gerbervat.
all he needed. And he wins by 2 and goes up the table just a little bit more and keeps Brian Raman in 4th position. That was a good, solid performance from Romeo. Another 90-plus average. His doubles were very effective as well. Round 3 is done for the day. We have 2 rounds to go. And as for what happens next, your guess is as good as mine, but you do not want to miss the next game. Spellman against Andy Bolton is the biggest game of the group so far. Exciting times ahead here at the Modus Super Series with 2 rounds remaining in Group A here in Week 9. And let us illustrate why it's so exciting. Spellman has the lead. If Bolton beats him in this next game, they will be level with 1 round to go. And Romeo Gerbervats has got Dean Finn next. He could get to 18 points as well. And Brian Raman is in a lot of trouble. It doesn't look like he's going to win this group after all. And he led this table overnight, remember. So, let's get into this 10th game of the day. We've been looking forward to this fixture all day long and wondering just how much would be on the line. Well, let me paint a very vivid picture for you. If Spellman wins this match, Andy Bolton can't win the group. It's that simple. But if Andy beats him, it's all to play for in the last round. Spellman would have Evans and Bolton has Gerbervats. This is the biggest game of the group. I didn't just build it up for clicks or anything like that. This is the biggest game for a reason.
First leg,
Could
it's
this be
Andy
the game
to
that brings
first.
the 9 darter, though, Paul Nicholson?
Game on.
I'm going to say no. I think we could get a 9 before the end of the week, but I don't think we're going to get the 9 from these guys. Let us try and figure out who could give us that 9. And I am going to go...
Brian or Romeo?
100.
I'm going to go with Thomas Banks in Group B. Considering the confidence he's got, the 180 prowess he's got. When he won his week in the previous series, his 180 hitting was ridiculous. So I'm going to go with Thomas Banks.
I think that's a good shout. But look at how this game is now poised. And this was the opening game on Monday. 4-3, the victor was Andy Bolton with a 1-4-2 checkout, whilst Alex Spellman was on 50. We now come down to the second last round, and
93.
This is kind of for all the chips for Alex. Andy Bolton will need to show his early form that he showed. I mean, he's been really fantastic all through the day. But he'll need to really step it up.
77.
Well, this is a classic leg from Alex Spellman. He's had 3 scores. He's had a 140,
60,
a 7, and a 177. Talk about up and down. Now, he could get a 13-dart leg here with a score of 7 in it.
137.
This is ridiculous.
And it will be a break of throw as well, so how important that is. But this could be a max. Not quite, but what pressure that's going to... And Alex Spellman loves double tops as well, so first out will probably be not in. Double 10, not in. Double 5 now, last start in hand, and
35.
Feel as though that was a late release.
54.
He just didn't look comfortable on that tops.
$32.
He will return
Alex, you require 5.
in a leg that has been so volatile. Does he win it on double 1?
3. Andy, you require 32.
This is something you can't do against Andy, especially when you're trying to break him. He will eat you up.
Andy Bolton.
The one thing is Alex Spellman has been comfortable all through the game, but when you know that you're playing against a player that is trying to take your crown from you, it's playing for the win of the Group A. There's so many things that go through your mind, and then
60.
Singular focus, you still have to focus on everything. So, I mean, this is where you look at players' maturity, experience in the situation. Alex Spellman ticks all
59.
those boxes, but it can still go wrong for you because you've been hit with so many 140s. You know how good Andy's finishing is. There's so many things to consider. And then you still have to throw the dart
100.
as well.
Yeah, just to give you another indication of how volatile that first leg was, Spellman could have scored 494 points in 10 darts.
59.
He ended up losing it by throwing 18. It's not going to do his confidence the world of good.
55.
The destiny of this group, it is in the hands of the American. It's up to Bolton to take it from him.
100.
In an NFL sense, or even in a basketball sense, it's a case of Alex has the ball. And he wants the ball. In order to get it, he's going to have to punch it out.
81.
And if I may go along the lines of my team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, Andy is TJ Watt.
100.
And Alex is a running back with the ball. And TJ wants to punch that ball out and take it for himself.
Alex Spellman just making uncharacteristic errors. And this is what you can see when pressure comes on. When you look at dynamics of the game, none of them wanting to make mistakes at all, but It's the one who keeps calmest for the longest.
100.
Be the
Alex, you
victor.
require 132.
Start on the bull. Stay on the bull. That was a good attempt.
78. Andy, you
The
require
easiest shot of the
83.
three is missed. Bolton goes to the 17s. He can finish on the bull. Oh boy, look at that, right in the middle.
Bolton.
Cool as a cucumber.
Third leg, it's Andy to
And
throw
right in the
first.
middle of the hot sauce.
Game on.
2-0 Bolton.
Looking at the table now, Andy Bolton has just jumped Alex Spellman, so Andy obviously wants to keep this up and make sure that it's a 4-0. But in Alex Spellman, man, if he loses, he wants to make sure that it's 4-3, or this could just be
98.
snatched away from him.
Yeah, a win of 2 legs or more will make Andy feel even more comfortable. But right now, all he's thinking about is getting the win.
46.
Get to the 18-point total. Win your last game. But if he has a leg difference buffer as well,
140.
it's more likely for him to get over the line. But we can't deny the fact that you were right, Devon. This table is not just about Bolton, about Spellman, or Gerats. It is still
140.
about Evans and Finn. They may still have something to say about this.
There's something to say about when a player gets to 2, especially in a commanding position. Andy Bolton has been quicker,
99.
kind of racing on and beating players 4-0 and putting it to bed. But in this game, there's so much hanging on this. This getting to 2 is great.
45.
And we always find this
Alex,
to
you
be the
require
slippery game for the player
164.
that's in the lead. Because the chasing player has less pressure now, and he just goes, I'm just going to have to make sure that I do what I do. And Alex Spellman not going for the 54, now opting to set up, might go for the 12. 132, and Andy Bolton will be watching as Alex Spellman now sets up a break in 13 or 14 or 15 on the 32. He's hit this
Alex, you
through
require
the day.
32.
Andy Bolton, yeah, it will go back to throw, and could this be the twist? But he needs the double 8. Finds the double 8, and ladies and gentlemen, we still have a game on our hands. Alex Spellman pulls one back.
Fourth flag, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Didn't show his strongest game there.
$97.
This is like watching 2 heavyweights just circle the ring. They've hit each other a couple of times, and they know how hard they can punch.
43.
Just a question of who's got the knockout punch.
Something to be said about the Andy Bolton throw when it's under stress, though. He does tend to pull it a bit. And it's kind of... When he's in a comfortable position, everybody obviously throws easy and it's more relaxed. But when he's not in that comfortable position, even though he's leading, so he's trying to defend the lead, and that puts a different kind of pressure on you. Where Alex Spellman is just chasing and trying to knock down. So you look at the way in which Andy Bolton's trebleless visits now increase. And early on, he was showing scoring prowess that we know Andy can do, but it's now becoming more and more challenging as that winning
59.
line comes closer and closer.
Nobody said winning was easy. If it was, everybody would do it.
100.
I think Alex has steadied the ship now after a bit of a wobbly period after that first leg.
$140.
This has got 4-3 written all over it, unless somebody does something silly or something spectacular. We've seen all sorts of silly and spectacular this week.
90.
And if we're going to go for S words, that's steady.
99.
That is also very steady.
Alex, you require 60.
Leg 4, when it's 2-1, could always be a turning point.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It hasn't
Alex
really
Spellman.
turned. It's best of 3 from here to see where this table goes.
5th leg. It's Andy to throw first.
Alex
Game on.
doesn't win the group by winning this match. Gerats has still got 2 games left. He can still get to 20 points,
134.
which is where Spellman would go if he beats Bolton. The reason why Bolton wouldn't be able to win the group is because he'd be on 16 and Spellman would be on 20. And there's only one match remaining for X Factor. Just like I said earlier, when the matches are decreased, that is the biggest factor. When you've only got 1 game left, you can only get 2 more points.
60.
And if you're 4 points adrift, game over.
That's Paul Nicholson's quick maths. When you understand the dynamic of Andy Bolton running
70.
ahead, scoring well, having that opportunity, that early on miss from Alex Spellman, gave Andy Bolton an opportunity to
27.
run 2-0 ahead. Alex then steadied the ship, brought the 2 back. But momentum is with Alex Spellman. He's the one finding that treble a lot easier than Andy Bolton. And we know that he has a follow dart. It's enviable by most. But Andy Bolton here, just having too many trebleless visits. Just the ones wayward, and he still becomes a bit,
95.
I'm going to say iffy
Alex,
to
you
a point.
require 157.
Because when it's stressed and he's a bit tight, that's why he keeps himself limber, because he knows if he's not, this double tops could hurt him. It does, and what a 157. We did say it's going to be about moments. Nod of approval there from Andy as well.
It's Alex to throw first. Game on.
That 157, we did say that there would be spectacular moments. The game has swung. Alex Spellman broke the Andy Bolton throw and now is
25.
throwing for the match. But like early on, I mean, he's only managed 25. Andy Bolton has to make sure that he can do some damage control, or
84.
it'll be out of his control.
That is his biggest finish by over 30 points at the most unbelievable moment.
98.
And that tells you everything you need to know about the American. Can you do it when it really counts? And the answer to Alex is yes.
100.
But the job is not done. The phraseology of Americans and Canadians, and I say that because it's not just Alex's birthday today, it's actually Jeff Smith's birthday as well, so many happy returns to one of our favourite players here from the Super Series. But they have the phraseology of saying good job
100.
in North America, but they only ever say that when the job is done. The job is not done yet.
You did call it early on that this game has 4-3 written all over it.
98.
But you need to kind of almost hope and pray that Andy Bolton doesn't have a trebleless visit right now. It was 217 with a good setup.
100.
He finds the last dart and squeezes it through, and that 117 is really good. But how great can Alex Spellman leave it with a... If this is a max, this is literally putting Andy Bolton in a checkmate position.
140. Andy, you require
He's definitely in check, that's for sure. Can he move his queen? It might be checkmate now.
57. Alex, you require
Andy
80.
is one visit away from knowing that he's going to play the next 2 days. After everything he's done today, It all comes down to tops.
40.
He wasn't sure if that was in or not.
60.
He was hopeful. But now, we may indeed go the distance on 10s. Double 5. Massive.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Real
Andy
guts.
Bolton.
And if you're Alex Spellman standing at the back of the stage right there, you're
7th
thinking,
and final
please don't hit
leg.
this.
It's Andy to
Please
throw
don't. Oh,
first.
no, you've hit it.
Game on.
These two brilliant players have given us a great 10th match of the day. Does the group continue
134.
with Bolton involved? Or is he gone?
And that missed moment there from Alex Spellman. And Andy Bolton being able to do some damage control. Flipped it early on. And for the last 2 legs, Andy Bolton was nowhere near his treble hitting prowess. But opened up with a 1-3-4. And that
59.
puts him in the driver's seat and easy throw as well. So Andy Bolton, everybody will be cheering in the back there for Andy. Even though they might not like him. It just will keep the group
81.
alive. Especially Romeo would be licking his lips because he'll have a chance to take on Andy Bolton as well.
I hate to open up an old wound, Devon, but in this series,
78.
you had 2 darts to take out Paul Hogan in Group B. And then, as a result, he beat you in the final of the week. That proves that if you have a chance to get rid of someone
100.
early, they are no longer a problem. Spellman's had 1 dart to get rid of Andy in this group situation. And look what's happening now.
140.
I wish you used a different example there.
I will try and find something else in the next game, I promise you. Oh,
84.
Alex, what have you done?
Andy, you require.
Why didn't you go for the 25? And now Andy doesn't even need to go for the bullseye. Oh, boy!
No score.
What's happened in the last couple of visits?
Oh, that stunned us all in the comments box.
We've seen a tactical error
100.
that we thought was going to cost
Andy,
Alex.
you require 90.
Then an execution that might cost Andy. It might not. We're never going to know.
82.
Wow.
Alex, you require
What
76.
a dramatic game of darts. Spellman can now put Bolton into Group B or C. What a marker.
Game shot
And he
on
skids
the
it in
match. Alex
to take his
Spellman.
way to 20 points. And that guarantees that Andy Bolton will not win Group A this week. And that man from Boone, North Carolina can still do so. The only person who can stop him now is Romeo Gerbavats. What a dramatic game that was, and it just proves you don't need massive averages for dramatic darts matches here at the Modus Super Series. Gerbavats is next against Finn, a game he must win.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where. Hang on, wow. John bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
Second leg, it's It's the whole boy.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet.
The whole boy in the corner.
He's still no Devon Peterson. And this is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes John the second leg.
2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
Away days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
And repeats it at 1.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. They've got that full 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and darts for fun!
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and this is a little bit of insight into what is coming up this month. You've got the Winmore Women's Championship Tour 2024 Grand Final coming up this Saturday, and that will start at 12:30. So if you've got tickets for the Week 9 finals in the Modus Super Series, you can get this in the afternoon as well. And this is the draw. You've got the number 1 seed, Dita Hedman, the winner from last year, up against Kim Holden, who was here last year. Gemma Hayter making her debut in the Grand Final alongside Angela Kirkwood, a recent winner on the PDC Women's Series. Vicky Proom against Steph Clark. Fallon Sherrick, the number 2 seed, against Eleanor Cairns as well. That will be a fantastic afternoon and not far away. Really looking forward to that one for the ladies. There's only a very, very, very small amount of tickets left to come and see that on Saturday afternoon. So you might want to be really quick, because a week after that, we have the ADC Winmore Championship Tour Grand Final for the men next Saturday, and that is completely sold out. Back to today, and this is a must-win game for Romeo. Very much in the same vein as Andy Bolton in the previous match. He knows now, or at least we think he does, if he loses, he's going to be playing for the next couple of days. And there is...
First leg, it's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
a bit of a leg difference buffer here for Romeo at plus 10. He's 14 ahead of Raman. Even if he loses,
6.
he's more likely to make Group B than Group C at this stage.
His focus won't be on Group B. His focus will be on winning. And I think that what kind of a story that will be for Romeo
100.
on his debut winning this. I mean, it seems like a massive task. But he's one player that we've seen that can put legs together, can finish really well. And he's had the highest average of the week so far, so certainly all boxes ticked on his side.
125.
But we know that the play he's playing against Dean Finn is no pushover.
Let's outline what he needs to happen to win this group. Romeo needs to beat Dean Finn. He then needs to beat Andy Bolton in 2 games' time. And then he needs Dave Evans to beat Spellman. And there's going to be some intricacy with leg difference as well in that scenario.
49.
What it is, we just don't know. It will depend on this game, Romeo's next game, and then what happens with Spellman and Evans in game 14.
57.
But we do now know that Dean Finn against Raman, the last game of the schedule, that is probably
95.
going to be between 2 people that will play each other another 2 times this week. Minimum.
How impressed have you been by Dean Finn so far this
Romeo,
week?
you require 142.
There's definitely something there. You can just tell. It's like looking at some clay on a potter's wheel and you think, I think that's going to be something very, very special.
38.
It just needs to be moulded.
Game shot on the first leg.
And there's
Dean
a bit more
Finn.
evidence of it. He takes the lead.
Would you say that Dean Finn is more of
Second leg, it's Dean to throw first.
a potter
Game
or
on.
a little teacup?
I'm not sure I should answer that one. But he could be a very, very good bit of crystal, couldn't he? Because he's from Waterford. Arguably, the world's most famous crystal. Beautiful town, Waterford.
140.
Full of great people. Great night out as well, if you ever get the chance.
Alan Keown is from Waterford as well.
Yeah, he's already been in touch this week. Hi, Alan. Thanks for watching.
57.
Loves a spin class, does Alan as well. Keeps fit as well. I know this because I've seen it.
I didn't know Alan was going to spinning.
41.
He's that kind of guy. If everybody doesn't know who Alan is, he's the most famous man in Ireland.
Yes, he does a lot of promoting of darts exhibitions and does a fabulous job.
85.
Romeo's got to get a move on here. The last thing you want to do
55.
is give Dean a lead. He knows that because he has lost to Finn this week. It was early in the piece, but it was a game that crushed Romeo's confidence quite early.
28.
Needs another one there. He does not go, but he uses the dartboard math there and just makes sure that his board management is on point. We know how good his first dart is, as we see Dean Finn here looking to replicate, but fill up the box and leave a 51.
140.
140
Romeo, you
certainly
require
puts pressure on this
120.
120. How much pressure? He's going to need to shift to the left and find the corner, but opts for the right side. Oh, he goes to the better side. Oh, he goes bull. He goes bull.
96.
This man,
Dean, you require
it's like a
91.
Rubik's Cube. Doesn't know which way to turn.
We know where Dean's going. Double 17. Oh, okay. He obviously
51.
prefers double
Romeo, you
19
require
when it comes to hitting it to leave another double.
Game shot on the
Didn't
second
work.
leg. Romeo
But
goes
that one
back.
does.
Yeah, both of them have just kind of confused us slightly
Third
a bit
leg.
in
It's
the
Romeo to throw first.
comms
Game
box
on.
here. But Dean, even though he's opted for the 38, I don't think he's hit it.
I don't remember him hitting it.
60.
this is only the halfway point of the week. Well, we've completed the Group A matches. We've got 2 sessions for you tomorrow, starting at 1 o'clock local time.
60.
We'll have Group C in the afternoon and Group B in the evening. Then things will be repeated on Friday. And come Saturday,
57.
like we've just mentioned, it's double darts. You've got that WADC Winmore Women's Championship Tour Grand Final. And judging by last year's tournament, that was brilliant.
100.
And Samantha Curtin lost in the final to Dieter Hedman.
61.
And then come Saturday night, it will be the 9th name into the hat for the Champions Week, which starts at the beginning of December. December the 7th will be the last day of Modus Super Series action here this year. But it won't be the last action in the building.
100.
Because we've got the ADC Global Championship coming after that.
Dean Finn slightly behind here. And needs to find a treble. And we've often seen that drop down. He does have a bit of a push on that and always finding the 7. And what a visit there from Romeo, putting himself in an opportunity to at least have a shot at the bull. The shoulder coming in massively now and certainly hampering the space and correcting it quite nicely, Paul.
123.
Does he get a shot at the bull?
91.
He doesn't.
Dean, you require 109.
And Dean is not even thinking about bullseye here. He's thinking about getting a treble with the first 2 darts. That he has. Bravo.
On a third leg.
Brilliant
Dean
shot
Finn.
from Finn. Gerbavats is not going to have anything his own way in this one.
4th leg. It's Dean to throw first.
It would be somewhat
Game on.
fitting, wouldn't it? If Finn wins this game and Spellman wins the group with a round to spare. And if that happens, I'm not sure I'm going to believe it.
44.
Considering what we've seen over the last couple of days.
We always knew that Dean Finn had
81.
Dean Finn had the last say in this group, and just how everything was panning out and just the way in which the fixtures lined up as well.
60.
Dean Finn certainly wants to make sure that he can have a run-in and a possible opportunity still
43.
for Group B for Dean, though.
He's got the throw still after 6 darts thrown in this leg. If he puts his foot down, if you look in the background, Romeo is starting to wilt.
140.
He's starting to shake his head in a negative way.
$98.
And we know that Dean can finish the job. He maybe hasn't done it as easily over the last couple of days.
140.
But it's definitely something he can do. And he's done it against Romeo as well.
140.
I know whose finish I'd rather have right now.
117.
This one. Double top again.
Game shot on a
Well, there you go.
Dean Finn.
Another ton plus finish. Takes out 109 and 117.
5th leg.
A 3-1 lead.
Throw first.
And the birthday boy
Game on.
Spellman is very close to having his cake and eating it.
100.
Just seeing they go in with a cake, and I'm sure he's going to be starting to light the candles. As Dean Finn cannot miss the double tops in this match.
You just reminded me of that
100.
famous golf fan line when Tiger was hitting a 3-wood a few years ago and somebody shouted,
57.
"Light the candle." Now, we don't have those in darts, do we? The infamous fan shouts. I've got some really interesting videos on YouTube.
49.
fans shouting things after certain shots are hit.
128.
There's a trend of seeing movie lines these days. Have you heard about that? Recently, there was a tournament on in America, and somebody quoted Mel Gibson from Ransom and just shouted, "Give me back my son."
45.
I mean, that's one way to celebrate a driver.
36.
The day that somebody from the crowd shouts mashed potato after a big finish, darts has been completed.
I think that's going to happen now, just because you put that out, and everybody that watches will certainly try and set that up.
59.
Great, 59 there after first 2 darts into the 1. But Romeo has a lot to do, not just in this leg, but in this match. With Dean Finn on 3, he needs to be perfect and reel off almost 3 back-to-back legs, so he'll be in the driver's seat here, but
85. Romeo, you
5
require
has given him
80.
6 on the 80. Oh, he goes tops. He gets
John of
tops.
fifth leg. Romeo
It's been a
Gerats.
showman finishing there from Romeo. What a guy. Shakes
Sixth
his
leg.
head,
It's Dean to
smiles.
throw
Dean
first.
Finn's throw.
Game on.
Now he's going to have to apply the pressure on. But Dean Finn is no pushover. I think I've got the name for Dean now, because he spoke of the
98.
pottery and the moulding. Dean the Teacup Finn. I like that.
I actually had a conversation with Dean this
96.
morning, courtesy of our conversation when he was playing David Evans yesterday. Apparently some of his friends back home have started calling him Danny DeVito.
97.
And that one's on you, Devon.
I called him Arnold. You came up with a twins line.
I came up with the twins line, but you called him Danny DeVito.
96.
I called him Arnold. I think that he could be definitely a teacup. I like that.
Well, he's got to go for the 60 now.
96.
This is a very tidy leg. All we've had so far are 90-plus scores
59.
until then. 3 96s, a 97 and a 98. This could be better.
140.
Much better. That is now a match-winning opportunity for Dean to put Romeo on the balcony.
80. Dean, you
And
require
with no
70.
chance of getting back inside. Double top.
30. Romeo, you require 107.
Oh, this would be heroic. Not meant to be.
95.
Tries to leave
Dean, you
himself
require
handily placed.
40.
But the destiny of this leg and this match is not in the Croatians' hands.
Game shot.
Dean
and the
Finn
match.
gets
Dean
his second
Finn.
win of the day. And that tells us a very interesting story. Because Romeo Gerats cannot win the group now. Alex Spellman, on his birthday, has won Group A. We've got one more match to go when it comes to round 4. And that will be Brian Raman against David Evans. But that result has just given Alex Spellman everything he wanted when he woke up this morning.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win. B. B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9 dart.
Welcome back. We have got 4 more games for your darting entertainment for the rest of the day, and most people know exactly where they're going over the next couple of days. But if we may address the number 1 position first, because Alex Spellman can do whatever he wants for the next 2 days. He doesn't have to come to the Modus Super Series because he's won Group A for the 2nd time in his career. And well done to Alex for doing so. As for Andy Bolton, he is guaranteed Group B now because of that superior leg difference. Romeo Gerbovats is still susceptible, but it's really, really close at this stage. It really does depend on what Brian Raman does here with David Evans. So, in the words of Mills Lane, let's get it on. Yeah, they don't make boxing referees like Mills Lane anymore. That's why we've got Jack Garwood. But I'm sure he's not going to have to get in between these two. But if he had to, I'm sure he would sort it out pretty quickly. There's a bit of a relaxed nature about this one because I think these two understand that they have to soak up what's happened and they have to take on board the fact that they're going to play the next couple of days.
125.
Is it fair to say that today couldn't have gone any worse for Brian?
Yeah, I think the pillow slept quite
59.
softly last night, knowing he was number 1. Tonight, I don't think he's even going to go to bed. He's probably just going to lay on the couch.
6.
Because in reality, though, I mean, when you're coming at the way in which the games were going yesterday and just looking at how it would almost shape up,
134.
Brian was really finding some levels of form and the 180 hitting and everything that he knew. So he had to come in here going,
140.
I'm going to be ready for the game. And then Andy Bolton just absolutely crushed him. And I think that it's not sad to see because you'll go to Group C and he'll be strong, but there'll be Dean Fun, there'll be David
92.
Evans. Those 3 players, you know that they can switch it on. So, and only 2 go through there as well. So
100.
somebody's going to be extremely disappointed. And just imagine if it was Brian Raman. Ended up top on Tuesday. Wednesday goes to Group C, and we don't see
60.
him again.
Brian, you require 76.
The recovery effort starts now.
Game shot.
And it's rather good.
Brian Raman.
But if I may paint you a bit of a picture as to why today has gone the way it
Second leg,
has,
it's David to throw first.
I'm going to pick out his
Game on.
biggest weapon of the week, the 180 hitting. He had 11 on Monday. He had 6 yesterday. So far today, bearing in mind this is game 4,
137.
he's had 1.
57.
I don't really think I have to say anything else.
I think also just, and it kind of goes with the theme. Mondays, is where you find a position, and he's quite comfortable in where he was at.
140.
Tuesday is kind of a bit more strategic because you kind of trying to defend,
100.
not make me too many mistakes. And then Wednesday, I mean, this morning he was waking up and going, I'm going to need to make sure that I either hold my place and I need to do X, Y, Z. And it's like
55.
a bit of boxing. The plans go out the window once you get punched. So I think that's exactly what happened to Brian.
That is so true. I'll have to take Mike Tyson's advice on that, by the way, that everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. I'm sure that's the same for Jake Paul, who's going to be fighting him pretty soon.
99.
I wonder if we start going down that angle, by the way. Influencers
140.
taking on former
David
world
requires
champions.
70.
See how that goes.
I think there's only one way that it does go. It's, yeah.
We'll come back to that in a second,
Yeah,
because
John,
David
a
Evans has
second leg.
taken that
David
second
Evans.
leg in 15 darts. That is a really good leg.
There is actually good dart influences, though. I was
Third
here at
leg,
the
it's
event
Brian to throw
and
first.
played against,
Game
I played
on.
with some of them as well. And yeah, FG definitely is an
140.
influencer that plays. Is only a gamer. He's definitely not. But Angry Ginge, I mean, he's solid. He can really play. And then I think there was is it David
96.
Williams. I think he's another influencer that really plays well. I think he plays in the county team as well.
So if
60.
we try and almost compare the best influencer dart player, let's take Angry Ginge, because he did win the influencer singles
59.
tournament recently. That would be like putting him up against a world champion from around
59.
about 1990. It'd be like putting Angry Ginge against Phil Taylor.
I think David Williams is probably the better out of the lot. Even
58.
though Angry Ginge played some great stuff, but I think that like David had
58.
42-gram darts because he was so good, and they needed to kind of give him a default, because if he was going to throw his own darts, it would have just been a walkover.
Oh, that's the darts for fun guy.
That's him, yeah.
Yeah, likes mushrooms. He's a fun guy to be with.
140.
Yeah, he's a good player. I remember watching him. He looked very useful.
128.
But then you look at that
David,
and you
you
say,
require 148.
is Matthew Edgar an influencer? And would
Of
you
sorts, yeah.
So you'd put him up against which world champion?
Yeah, but he's going to Lakeside.
Still an influencer.
76. Brian, you
By the way,
require
haven't got,
56.
I think they've got the draw for Lakeside sometime soon, haven't they? Oh,
Shot on
yeah.
the third leg. Brian
Enjoyed
Raman.
that one, didn't you, Brian? Very cool. Whip.
Fourth leg. It's David to throw first. Game
A
on.
little bit of peacockery from Brian. Nothing wrong with that. I think he's accepted his fate now. That over the next couple of days, he's going to have to switch back on
6.
to try and make his way through to a second Saturday night here in Portsmouth. Now, Brian is going to be back here before Christmas, come what may, because he's going to be part of the Global Championship in the ADC. One of the leading lights of ADC darts in Belgium.
100.
He's found his way to that. That's going to be a fascinating tournament.
South Africa will be representing in that as well. Johan
42.
Geldernes. He played with Cameron Carolison, who will be playing at the World Championship in December as well. So they'll be flying similar directions. Just when they get to
100.
Heathrow, one goes Muswell Hill and the other one comes to Portsmouth. But fantastic player as well, Johan. And then Hilton Klein coming from
59.
Botswana to play in the Modus Super Series and representing Africa as well. So fantastic players coming from Africa. And November and December, you'll be seeing a
57.
lot of African representation on your TV.
Fantastic. And if I may be honest, it's about time. Because over
96.
the years, we've seen maybe one or two South Africans, like Sir Warwick Sheffer and yourself and Charlie Losper and Vinan Havenga. It's now time for that continent
100.
to really start
Brian, you
showing
require
us what they've got. And everybody
164.
loved Peter Waishuri, by the way, didn't they?
The viral sensation.
58.
What a
David, you
man, what
require
a guy.
84.
What a finish this would be. Not quite a bullseye.
Brian, you require 106.
What's Brian got up his sleeve? Ah, he was looking at the textbook overnight.
David, you require 25.
David knows a thing or two about a 25 checkout.
Game
That's the third time he's done it perfectly today. We have a Desmond game.
Fifth flag, it's Brian to
Double
throw
Peace
first.
Prize winner, Desmond
Game on.
Tutu. What a guy as well.
140.
You can tell, like, I look at this game now and the way in which Brian is playing with the confidence and all of that. And we spoke about the dynamics of the sport itself just from a technical
48.
perspective. But the mental approach and just managing your emotions. When there's nothing on the game,
91.
playing freely and all of those things. If you took this and you just applied it to early on and just go on singular focus, I'm just going to do a 501 at a time. Don't worry about all of the dynamics of the league and winning and all of those things. And you just focused on your game. This is what Brian Raman can do.
140.
We are seeing a bit of venom from these two. They're throwing the dart extremely hard. All of a sudden, Evans is finding that 60 with alarming regularity.
140. Brian, you require 130.
Consecutive 140s. Could have been followed by a
55.
130 checkout, but this is very much in the balance, this leg. Needs a 57 to leave tops.
130.
This is a great leg.
Brian, you require 75.
That he could lose.
37. David, you require 40.
Oh, that was interesting.
Game
And
shot
that
of
was
fifth
just
flag,
brilliant.
David Evans.
A 13 darter and his final 10 darts were as such.
Sixth flag, it's David to throw
140,
first.
140,
Game on.
133 tops. His game ahead of Group C, it is in there.
180.
This is a purple patch right now. It's as purple as his shirt.
180.
This is what we expected from both players, and the group was such
60.
now sewn up. Alex Spellman champion, but the Modus series awards you that. So you fight for 3 days to win.
128.
But going to Group B and Group C isn't all doom and gloom. It gives you another bite of the cherry, and you come back on the Saturday as well. So you're not in a. Yes, it does give you 2 days off to win, and there's a
57.
different cash kind of prize that comes with it. But the position that you can be, if your game's not correct, you can rectify it in that 2 days.
85.
Come back Saturday, and you could leave you the victor.
Yeah, that's something we should address, in fact. The higher up the table you are, the more
82.
you earn.
Brian, you require 108.
Evans is going to be bottom.
60. David, you require 122.
I don't think Brian's going to make Group B at this stage. The closer this game is, the worse off he is. He may even lose the game. He has lost the
shot
game.
And the match.
And that
David
means
Evans.
that Brian Raman, from top position at the start of the day, is now assured of being in Group C after losing to David Evans, who's had his first win of the day right there. And that was the kind of stuff that we associate with Dave. 92.6 the average, 80% on the doubles with that 122 on the bullseye at the end. That was a very good match to watch, wasn't it? And if you like stuff like that, we've still got another round to go, so stay with us.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive!
He's made it! And Marvin van Velsen.
Jimmy Van Scoot probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion.
It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final.
Are we, Jimmy?
You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin van Velsen!
That is what they're all fighting for, the chance to get to a Champions Week and to do what Marvin and the Big Watch Brigade did by celebrating at the very end. So, what have we seen over the course of the last 14 rounds? We have seen in the last 4 games all breaks of throw. And they have been massive matches. Bolton losing to Spellman, that put him out of contention of winning the group. And then Gerats losing to Finn meant that Spellman won the group. Raman losing to Evans means that he's going to go to Group C. That's guaranteed now because of the leg difference that you can see on the right-hand side. So from top position, Raman will go to Group C over the next 2 days with Finn and Evans. Gerats and Bolton will keep each other company over the next couple of nights. Spellman gets the days off. So 3 more matches to go to finalise things in this group. And with everybody knowing where they are going, we can expect some relaxed darts. And with that in mind, Devon, we might just get a little bit of creativity from some and some brilliance as well, because these guys, when they're relaxed, they can do almost anything they want.
We've seen that from David Evans. I mean, really
First leg, it's Romeo
great finishing,
to throw first.
as well as Brian
Game
Raman
on.
just managing the scoring, but David Evans just making it strong. Like you said, everybody knows exactly where they're going. So Alex Spellman, 2 days off.
93.
Andy and Romeo go to Group B, which is going to be a tightly contested group. But Group C is the one. I mean, having Brian Raman, Dean Finn, and David Evans in another group, and only 2 will go through.
81.
That's going to be tough.
To say that there's nothing on this game is a little bit misleading, because if you're
81.
Andy, you're managing the disappointment of the charge being stopped by Spellman in Game 10. Before that, he was imperious.
57.
Maybe he did leave himself too much to do coming into Wednesday, but he will take stock. He'll be okay with it. He'll think, I'll get to Saturday anyway. And if he does,
96.
it will be an 8th consecutive Saturday found in 9 series. He's always made Saturday when trying to qualify in a weekly sense. However,
51.
the thing that is on this game is that he does not want to go into Group B having lost to Romeo 3 times.
100.
Just to make sure that there's a little bit of a mental advantage for him over the next 2 nights. Beating the Croatian here would do him the world of good.
And we've seen exactly
140.
what it's like from a
Romeo, you
mental
require
perspective.
131.
I mean, there was a crazy moment in the game between Andy and Alex where it could have just twisted, and we did say early on that it's going to be about moments. But Andy Bolton himself, this is definitely a hurdle. Romeo has been a thorn in his side the last 3 days, and he does not want that to continue. Not at all.
100. Romeo, you require 72.
He's been here before.
41.
He's had a few darts at bullseye today, which have been quite low. He may have to redress that over the next couple of days, or even in this match.
56. Romeo, you require 31.
I wonder if Andy's feeling just a little deflated. Romeo's got what Andy has left. And he takes it before Andy gets a look. Just a bit earlier in our schedule, we were talking about the fact that it is Spellman's birthday today.
It's Andy to throw first.
It is also Jeff Smith's birthday today. And how dare we wait until game 13 to mention that it is also Simon Adams' birthday today.
100.
Many happy returns to Simon.
Geluk, lieve Mikey. Geniet jouw dag. En ons sal jou weer hier by die Modus Super Series sien. Hanne uit en vol pret.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
94.
And that was the one thing about Romeo that's impressed me is he's
60.
He doesn't faff around on the doubles. And I think it's just because of the way in which his darting technique is and just the way his throwing mechanics is. He doesn't generally miss left to right. Like we said, it's always up and down. And it just seems so simple. And you feel as though he's going to get better and better as that becomes a lot more consistent.
I think you can pigeonhole certain dart players when they come here. Some people have succeeded before.
123.
I mean, if you take Andy Hamilton, he's been to the Premier League.
160.
Robert Thornton's World Senior Champion twice and been to the Premier League. You would put them in a bracket of been there, done that.
50.
Still want to do stuff.
Andy require 84.
Romeo is very much up and coming. Andy is on the bull.
53. Romeo, you require 110.
I don't put this out of his range at all. This is his vibe, but not with a dart like that. I think now the intensity's dropped slightly though. So there's more error that comes into throw, more error goes into.
And you require 31.
Generally, nobody's changing positions in the table at all.
That's the second time in this game that we've seen somebody leave 31. It's a bit of an odd finish to leave, isn't it? The only time you're going to leave 31 is if you've had a really, really bad dart, or if you've missed the bullseye and hit a single 19.
85.
I think the only way, so for Romeo, the inspiration you can take from this is if he beats Andy, he jumps above and he goes second, and that will give him a pay rise.
85.
And that kind of, and I don't think he knows that because he's just thinking we're going to go into Group E and that's it.
Ignorance is bliss, Devon. If he does beat Andy again and he gets the good news, you'll think, well, don't tell me anything ever again then. But imagine what it must feel like if that was to be the case. You don't win the group, but you're the next best player. And it will change where you play come Thursday and Friday night as well. Coincidentally, David Evans finishing last in this group, he's given the thick end of the stick the next 2 days because he gets game 1 and game 15. So he gets the long shift the next 2 days.
that will teach him not to come last in the group again.
Well, it is a deterrent. Takes me back to Jim Meyer a few weeks ago from Luxembourg. He finished last in Group A and he was within 1 dart of qualifying for Saturday. What a group that was.
100.
Remaining fixtures, you got Spellman against
55.
Evans.
And you require 8.
You got Finn against Raman. I get the feeling there's going to be a little bit of interest in that one. 5 for Andy.
75. Romeo,
He's
you
already
require
missed
170.
4 darts at a double in this match.
It's a bit more the relax
58.
factor.
Andy, you require
It also
5.
just doesn't really... and that's the thing, though, when it's all determined and all said and done, it's kind of hard to get up for it, but this would be a beauty.
1.
Ouch.
Romeo, you require 59.
That walk of Andy's just getting a bit more languid.
Game shot
And
of
he's now
third leg,
behind.
Romeo Gerber.
They're the kind of legs that you really don't want to lose. He gets to the double first.
Fourth leg,
You miss
it's Andy
multiple
to throw
visits.
first.
And your
Game
opponent
on.
steals it away. There is something that has a little bit of a roundabout feel
85.
about it here this week, because when Scott Taylor got his 3rd weekly title on Saturday night last week, it reminded us of who
100.
Scott beat in his first weekly final that he was successful in. It was against Andy Bolton. Since then, Andy has won 2 weekly finals. So what we could have this week
137.
are consecutive weekly winners who are getting their 3rd weekly title. And we've already had a glut of people winning
137.
multiple titles in this series. Sykes, Labanauskas, Harrison.
100.
Not to mention John Henderson and Paul Hogan. So this is a series of serial winners.
140.
The only players to be winning their first. Well, you got Andy Hamilton and Kai Gotthard.
100.
We are on a run
Romeo,
of
you
4
require
consecutive weeks
124.
where people have already won before. 11.
113. Andy requires 79.
79 was a really good year. Andy will remember it well.
57.
But he doesn't agree.
Romeo, you require 11.
That is unlucky. Great first. Just pushed it off on the second, but nice step back, yeah, and understands the magnitude, or he might not understand the magnitude actually, but just actually wants to win. That's all it is. No faffing about.
Romeo Gerber.
That's important for him.
He knows. Judging by that celebration, he knows.
Fifth leg, it's Romeo to throw first.
One more leg to finish
Game
second. And after everything Andy's been through today, vaulting his way up the table, he could go
125.
from 4th to 3rd to 2nd to 1st to 2nd to 3rd. That would be his day if he loses
100.
one more leg.
And that has changed round by round as well. It's been a roller coaster day for Andy.
Yeah, just a bit.
140.
I'm sure he's going to want to get home and just have a cup of tea and a biscuit.
$58.
Who was the first world champion you remember watching, Devon, on TV back in South Africa?
I had VHS, and I had
140.
first I had the VHS, and then I watched that was Andy Fordham, and then I had the DVD of the history of darts,
44. Romeo,
and
you
I've obviously
require
seen
96.
all of them go through. So, Yeah, my favorite was by far Eric Bristow.
40.
I'm going to ask that question to Romeo over the next couple of days. I am fascinated to find out who it is.
Michael Van Gerwen.
136.
Probably.
Romeo, you require 56.
He's got 6 darts from here to get this done. And it is done.
And the match, Romeo
It's a really good performance, yet again, from Romeo, who's going to finish second in the table. His Group A debut is done. And he's going to see Andy Bolton again tomorrow night from 10 o'clock. That's what you've seen. And you don't need to be a darting genius to wonder why Andy Bolton was lost in the wind in that one, because 1 hit from 9 is something that never gets the job done. 2 more games to go. Dave Evans will take on Alex Spellman. Not only the birthday boy now, but the Group A winner. That's next.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only.
he thinks it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs. I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Thanks for staying with us. And this is a bit of a victory lap for Alex Spellman. He's going to take on Dave Evans. And it is differing sides of the table that will do battle before they go separate ways over the next couple of days. Evans going to Group C. He's going to finish in 6th position. That's something he can't change. And Alex doesn't want to change his position. But what he could do is get himself to 22 points. In the past, we have seen people getting 22 points, 24 points and better, with leg difference in the 20s and even the 30s. But one of the reasons why this group has been so tight
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
is that the person at the top of the table has only got plus 16 in this instance.
96.
Evans will go to Group C with Finn and Raman, and they're going to play each other in the last match. And expect some flair in that one. That is inevitable.
98.
You feel as though David Evans' last game, yesterday he had a great last game, but his last game against Brian now really showed a bit of what David Evans can do, and he's done both of those games, yesterday's win, today's win, both in the mid-90s range. So we know he's capable.
100.
We know he's level. We just know that this week hasn't maybe started out as great, but it doesn't mean it will end that way. David Evans can quickly flick the switch and find that bed just like that.
On Monday morning, we spoke with Alex and we asked him what his ambitions were for the week. He said he wanted to play better. He wanted to find something in his game that he can move forward with. He wanted to try and get closer to his 2023 form.
140.
Has he done that?
I definitely think that there's, especially amongst in this group though, it's a tough group, and he'll feel like he's probably played subpar. But the Group C for me isn't a bad thing 68. For him. I feel as though he'll find his way again, and he'll be able to deliver. That first start is just landing perfectly, and this is what we expect from David Evans here. I mean, 14 darters littered all over, just managing that first.
Game
he will feel like Alex might come into this game not caring if he wins or loses because he's through already. But if David Evans beats Alex, it will be a mental victory, because then when it comes to Saturday and David Evans is there, he will surely meet Alex again, and then that last victory will be the little straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, there are two different types of mental victory in darts, of course. One is where you win psychologically, and the other is when you see a rather ridiculous game won in fabulous fashion. You think the game is 59. Played 90% between the ears, is that right?
90%, yeah. 10% is it's all about the technique and dynamic, considering how long you actually play. But I mean, if we've seen 64. It for the game before this, Brian Raman playing with a lot more freedom, and that would mean that his throw dynamics didn't change a lot, but just the thought pattern, the process, the
81.
The way in which the cortisol or dopamine is produced, that's all done in the hip, in the brain. So that's kind of why I got to the 90%. What's your opinion on that?
My opinion is, if you have hit a 180 in your life, there is no reason why you can't hit 1,000,000 of them. So
140.
It's about application. It's about mindset. I'm pretty close to where you're at. Because once you can do it, it's about how to replicate it and to handle the swings of disappointment, ecstasy,
11.
And the in-betweens.
David, you require 102.
And that's the hard bit.
This 102 year will be magnificent. Will he go 42 or bullseye? 42 as a target, and that's a favoured way for you, Paul. You did say that treble 14 is the bigger option, or the better option as well.
It's about surface area.
54.
Bull
Alex,
and double 16 put
86.
together are smaller than treble 14 and tops. Okay, that's a nice deflection. It's bull.
51.
He looks way
David,
more relaxed in this
48.
game than he was earlier. I'll say that.
And I'm going to come back to exactly what you said right now about the bull, as we see David
on
Evans
his
now
second leg.
48
David
and certainly showing 100% checkout percentage. We've not seen that kind of percentage with David
Third leg
over the
is
last
David
few
to throw
days, but it
first.
would say
Game
give
on.
signs that he's certainly finding his game at the right time, because tomorrow the clocks go back, the points go back, and we all start on zero again. So he'll be happy about that. This will just be a chapter in his book that he does not want to reread again.
Correct. But if the end of the chapter is a somewhat bright one, you might think, well, the next chapter could be good because the last one ended well. And based on what you were saying about doubles for Dave, 4 out of 5 in his last performance, surely that's given him confidence.
And now we see 100% checkout, and that's a wayward dart as well from Spellman. But
30.
You can just tell that David Evans now, that 140 count yesterday when he played in his final game, that 140 count was 8 and above. He's kind of moving closer to that now again.
100.
And you can just tell that first darts are landing above the treble and in rather than consistently below. That gives you a clear indication of where David Evans is in the game. But about that size that you were talking about, the ball, everybody will look at the double 16 as being big, but you're looking at it on a horizontal plane. Am I correct?
Yeah. Obviously, the tops and the double 16 are the same size in different positions. But the
65.
ball is smaller than the 42. Darts is about having opportunities, using larger bits of surface area to get to where you want to be. So the treble 14 makes more sense because it's twice the size of the bullseye.
David require 96.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, that's dartboard measurements 101. But 96 now
88.
for David. If that was 25, you would expect that double 8 to go in because he's been smoking that 25 all day today.
Absolutely. He's going to expect to get rid of the double 4, but we were talking
85.
about this
David
chapter maybe being forgettable for David. The end of it is proving to be quite good. He's going to gamble.
Alex, you require 167.
Okay. It just so happens that the board is still turning, and he is going to have a go. Not 101 or more in 6 darts, but
David,
double 4 again for 3-0.
Alex Spellman cannot shake off the fact that he's already
Alex, you require
through.
141.
That last visit there was 26 points from 167, so it still leaves him a 141, which he has taken out already. But certainly just is not.
41.
We understand the intensity
David,
he's got in Alex's game simply because he's through. But for David, he would want this win, and a 3-0 win will give him all the confidence. He'll need double 1 here. That is a beautiful double 1. And the result, just imagine this was happening, and if Andy Bolton beat Alex Spellman, and this was like the last game, it would be ridiculous.
I think, based on what has happened already, that's why Alex is feeling the way he is.
84.
If he lost to Andy and he was a bit more aware that he would have to win this game, I think he'd be playing better than this. But if I may be frank,
140.
the way he has played in this game, if he could reboot himself, he would. Because this is almost the blue screen of death, this performance.
Yeah, nowhere close. Just 76 average for Alex, and certainly uncharacteristic of his performance over the last 3 days. Average well over 90.
And he hasn't lost today.
125.
He's won all of his games so far. He's played extremely well, especially on the brink. But when you talk about being on the brink, no American dart player has ever played better on the brink than Danny Baggish. That's why we call him the king of brinksmanship.
An absolute legend. Good friend of mine, and yeah, Rivera's
60.
one of the very best that the US has produced. I think he's coming back 2 darts as well. Just a little baby boy. I see the family's growing.
100.
If you are watching, Danny, all the best. Can't wait to see you again, my man.
Yes, Danny, we've got a lot of NFL to talk about.
96.
Spellman doesn't hit
Alex,
this.
you require 77.
It's a somewhat North American shot because John Part hit this in 2003 to win the world title. Not this way, though.
Game shot
Very
on the
well
fourth
done.
flag. Alex
Spellman will not be bageled on his birthday.
Fifth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Now that it's all reset, I'd want to see David Evans throw a David Evans-esque kind of game. Nice little 14 darter. Get it all over and done with. Leave here and just go, I'm back.
41.
In times gone by, Dave has won Group A's. He has been very successful
137.
in the other groups as well. He hasn't won a week yet. But just imagine, look at his record of making Saturdays here over the last couple of years.
140.
He's 5 Saturdays from 6 attempts. That's really good. But predominantly when he makes Saturdays in the past, it's because he's played
98.
exceptionally well and got there quite comfortably. If he was to get there in a more uncomfortable week, I think he's more prepared
99.
to win.
David, you require 100
in a strange psychological way.
This would be so David.
105.
That'll do. He will have a chance of a second victory today. And if he grabs it,
140.
it means that he has won at least
David,
one
you require
game
65.
over the last 3 days. And considering how he's felt, that is a win in itself. He needs the bull.
40.
He doesn't finish this game on the
Alex,
bull.
you require 81.
Alex Spellman now 81, and he won't need the bull. He's gone for the double 12 before. He's going to need to go for the top corner. The bottom corner certainly
Game shot on the fifth
not the
flag.
shot,
Alex
and he
Spellman.
goes for it. Pinpoint accuracy there from Alex Spellman. 81. An opportunity
Fifth flag.
goes
It's
begging
Alex
there
to throw
for
first. Game on.
David Evans. Is the shot 25 if you have 65? Or do you feel like 45 is a better target?
85.
Simply because you're still going to be wasting a dart if you hit the bullseye.
I have a very strong opinion on this because I think when people go for the 25, they go for the middle of the board and hope they hit the 25. They don't actually go for the green bit. In the past, when I've gone for the 25, I've aimed for the top right corner of it because I feel like that I'm more likely to hit the 25 that way. However, at times in my career, I had 65 left and used treble 11 till he double 16 because I love double 16.
60.
But that route is not used enough, in my opinion. I think more people would rather gamble on the 25 because they feel they've got a better chance of having 2 darts at double that way.
100.
I think on a percentage-wise, I mean, if you're a tops player, you want to go, or if you're a 20s player, that obviously means the split is 10, so 45 will leave double 10. The shift is
100.
not as massive or exaggerated.
I think if you're looking at 65 from treble 15, if your angle of attack, for instance, is coming into play and you get a 15 with the first dart and you want to leave tops, gets a bit dicey with a dart in the way, doesn't it? So I think it's very subjective.
You've had to miss it horribly wrong for it to be really. If you close the treble, it leaves the 10, the big 10 open, really. But I know exactly what you're saying. Maybe the 33 is the shot.
Well, if we said this to Brian Raman,
60. David, you require 61.
what would he think? Oh, that's right. He'd go treble 13, double 13. Double 9 for the match.
43.
He's now missed 3
Alex, you require 125.
to win this game on 3 different doubles. He's going to get another chance.
49. David, you require 18.
2 8s. He's had
No
some
score.
problems up there at
Alex,
times
requires
in the last
76.
30 minutes. Is Spellman from the brink about to take us all the way?
Game shot
He
at
is.
six leg. Alex Spellman.
Evans is exasperated.
7 from final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
He's walking down the street, Dave Evans, shaking his head like that, thinking it's November the 6th. How dare somebody put up their Christmas tree?
99.
Oh, that actually happened yesterday. Who does that?
I don't know. I'd put you down as a 1st of November kind of guy.
There's only one reason why you should have a Christmas tree up on November the 5th. In fact, there's two. One, if you're using it as Kindle for setting your bonfire on bonfire night.
100.
Secondly, if you're planning to work away for the next 6 weeks and you're coming back on Christmas Eve. Otherwise, if you're putting your Christmas tree up on November the 5th, there's something wrong with you.
60.
And that's from the Grinch, ladies and gentlemen.
I love Christmas. It's all about darts.
76.
This is more like David Evans and I don't know if this game. I hope it doesn't unravel Alex's game.
60.
That's the one thing. It's like it now becomes he's had an almost flawless day, and this would have just been the cherry on top. But now if he loses this, he's going to focus more on this game. If he does, I mean, like it could just hypothetically be like a game that he just goes,
97.
I don't care about the game. But it does have a negative effect moving on regardless.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that if David Evans was to lose it, he would feel worse because he was 3-0 up.
60. David, you require 129.
I don't expect David to lose this game from this position, but nothing comes easy, especially when he's already missed 4 match darts
57.
on 4 different doubles. One of them was the bull. But if Alex comes out of nowhere, it will be him that's the Grinch.
108. David, you require 72.
That is going to be the last 180 that Alex Spellman will hit in this group. This could be the last double that Dave hits.
48.
Oh boy.
Alex, you require
They were well
81.
thrown. Is this the cherry on the cake? That is a lucky miss. And Evans thinks this is off. Here it comes.
Game shot on the mat.
Predictable.
Alex Spellman.
And David Evans shouldn't feel too bad. He really did have the Group A winner in trouble there. But Spellman, he got a little bit of fortune. Missed starts for the match for Evans. He will pick himself up and come back tomorrow in Group C. Spellman will stick around. We'll grab a word with him before we leave today. He wins Group A. Happy birthday, Alex. We'll see you after you've had a little bit of a break. And we're going to have one too after we see the stats from that match. It was a decent contest, but Alex, I'm sure, is aware that he just got a little bit fortunate. One more game to go. It's going to be Finn and Raman, and the exhibition darts are about to fly.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn,
Shots on the mat.
It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Adrian, Jackal, King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George!
Game, shot, and...
One more game for you in Group A, and it will be the Riddler up against one of Ireland's finest at this level in darts. Dean Finn is going to finish possibly in 4th position, because if he beats Brian Raman in this, yeah, get a hold of this one. You didn't see this coming, did you? The overnight leader could finish
First
5th.
leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
Raman started on top. He started on 14 points. He is still on 14 points. And if Dean wins, it doesn't matter about the margin of victory
67.
either. Any win for the Irishman will put him in 4th and Raman in 2nd bottom.
140.
This is the craziness of the games that we've seen. And also just the quality.
121.
We did see, obviously, with Alex Spellman starting off 2nd in the group this morning. And then we had Andy Bolton.
93.
And Romeo as well. And how have all of that just flipped around? Alex Spellman, obviously the happy of the bunch. The only player to get the perfect day this week so
70.
far. We're now in the final game of the day, and this is Paul Nicholson think there's going to be a lot of exhibition
58.
shots in this game, but definitely not from Dean Finn.
I can feel it coming. When you let Brian Raman off the leash, it's like letting an Ibethan hound off the leash. They can go in many different directions very fast.
100.
I thought you were going to break out in song there.
Nobody wants to hear that.
97. Dean, you require 143.
He's got a few biggies over the last couple of days, and he's got 4 points for the day. If he wins again, he will equalise the amount of wins that he had on Monday on his debut day.
90. Brian, you require 113.
He's going to get a chance to win this first leg.
87. Dean, you require 53.
He does have options, but he sticks to the usual.
Game shot of first
And the
leg.
usual
Dean Finn.
works very well.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on. 97.
How do you think Brian is feeling about how today has gone? Because I'm sure he's gone from feeling 10 feet tall walking into the building this morning at 8 a.m.
100.
And it will probably feel like everything has gone wrong.
I think it's not that bad for him, because the first 3 games he had,
54.
it was an early kind of shock to the system, and he knew there was nothing that he can do after that. So he had a lot of time to think. He had a lot of time to sit down. I think that if he lost the last 2 games of the day, for example,
60.
it would be a bigger and a even more bitter pill to swallow. But because he lost it so early on in the day, he's now realized that he has to fix his throw, his position, his mentality, just for whether it's going to be Group C or Group B. But I think that because it was early on in the day, it definitely
140.
It saved him. Let me put it that way, because we know that he's an emotional person, being a player.
54.
And I'm sure that some of the polls would have gotten a Mike Tyson kind of uppercut if he did get it at the end of the day.
$105.
This is decent stuff from Dean.
$65.
Or as he has been known,
Dean, you require
apparently in the last 24
96.
hours, Danny DeVito, Dean Finn. That's not going to stick. Doesn't have to go double-double, but at times this week he's done it anyway. I mean, you've got 76
44.
left with 2 darts in hand. You've got a blocked treble 20. You've still got options.
99.
You don't have to go double-double.
require
Treble
52.
12, treble 16. Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
Doesn't
Dean
matter
Finn.
whether it's in the left, the middle, or somewhere in between. He goes to the right and finds
Third
a 2-0
leg.
lead.
It's Dean to throw first. Game on.
I think if you look at Brian's game, right, the pace he throws, we knows that if he slows it down, he's really effective. But I feel as though when he goes into this nonchalant mood, he continues with the bad habits, which kind of affects him later on.
123.
A bit slower there, and certainly, it's almost like you want to just rattle him and go, just throw slower and you'll be great.
I'll let you do that. Never ever bother someone who is very good at throwing things. Because even if you're a little bit further away, they can still hit you with something.
100.
You ever play that game where you have to spin the bottle and then whoever it lands on, they have to throw the eggs at you when you run away?
No, in South Africa, we don't waste eggs, mate. We eat them.
43.
That's a great plan.
I think that's more like a first world game. But yeah. Where we from, yeah.
44.
If you play with food, yeah, you get you.
I just saw it online. I've never played it. I don't like wasting eggs either. I don't like wasting food. Comes with my brother being a very good chef. I had that nailed into me at a young age.
48.
I think that'd be a really interesting game to play with a reusable product with some
55.
dart players to see how fast
Dean,
they
you
could
require
run.
170.
How fast is Dean Finn? Is he any good at fishing? Apparently not.
81.
It's Dean the Teacup Finn. It's now got 89 left. Just referencing
140.
Paul's
Dean, you require 89.
pottery phrase early on. And this is an 89 that I think I'd love to see on the bullseye.
Let's find out.
51. Brian, you require
I haven't seen as many
39.
bullseye finishes today as some
No score.
other ones. Wow, I did not
Dean,
expect
you
that.
require 38.
He left himself with 1 point, and you can't hit double half. Has he had the way shown?
No score.
Not
Brian,
this
you
time.
require 39.
Might try something different. 2 double eights.
23.
Nothing is going right for Brian.
Dean, you require 38.
Same plan, different plan? What do you want, Dean?
Straightforward. No, he's going 6. Yeah,
Game shot on the
straightforward.
third
And
leg. Dean Finn.
Dean's definitely in his game plan and in his artillery. He does use the 38 very often.
Fourth leg. It's
So
Brian
at
to
some
throw
point in his
first.
game, he must be very
Game on.
confident on it away from the 3 days that he has been playing.
It may be a plan that just hasn't
59.
worked to now, but it might start to work from now.
If you are Brian Raman, you don't want to be bageled right now.
Not at all. But Dean wants to win
60.
because he hasn't beaten Brian this week. And in a similar way that we were talking about Gerats and Bolton in Game 13, Andy wanted to beat Romeo just so that he could say, I've beaten you this week. Turns out he hasn't now. But from this position,
60.
Can we say that Raman can beat Dean Finn? Actually, yes we can.
54.
Because if you go back a little bit of time, we have seen Raman beat Dean Finn
100.
from behind already this week.
100.
But that's when he wasn't dart tired, or at that point he was still chasing. So mentality-wise, might be in his back of the brain for both players. For Dean, it's a negative experience because he knows that the game's not finished.
Brian, you
he's
require
been beaten.
148.
And Brian also from a positive side going, yeah, I've done this before. Let me just do it again.
45.
This leg isn't over yet. Imagine if Dean hits a 140. Well, that dream's gone.
85. Brian, you require 103.
You still fancy Raman from this position.
77.
He's definitely keeping the
You
referee on
require
his toes.
137.
I do believe that Brian's favourite double is double 13. That's why he's just done that.
It's like somebody saying, my favorite double is double 9. Just don't believe it.
59. Brian, you require 26. Game shot on the
I'm going to have to agree with him.
Raman.
Even though I did wait until he hit it.
Fifth leg.
So with that in mind, why doesn't he leave it more often?
Game on.
That's why I said it can't be your favorite, because if you're going for 32 and tops, I mean, he does have so many opportunities to leave the 26.
So the challenge is, if
140.
it is his favourite double, the next time Brian leaves 46, I want him to go 20 for double 13
100.
to prove it.
But not just once, like consistently. Every time you have an opportunity, and then I'll believe it. But up until this time, no. I think that it's just it's a breakdown flaw that he has, and he just goes, I'm going to leave 26, and then I'm going to hit it. So confidently in his head, he's like, if I've left it, I'm going to hit it. But if it's a tight game, you're not leaving. You got 46 left, you're not leaving 26. No
66.
way.
Well, I'll give you an example. Up until fairly recently, we used to see a lot of Mensa Sulevic leaving double 14. He almost made it fashionable. But on 108 points,
135.
he would go treble 20, single 20 for double 14. And not one other person
93.
in the top 100 in the world would do that. Not one. Only him. And that's because he loved double 14 so much. And, if we may be fair, he used it to a very successful degree.
135.
So, with that in mind,
100.
to a successful degree, Dean Finn is looking to finish this game, but he's not going to use double 14. He has used double 10.
Dean Finn.
It's a decent day for Dean. He's going to get 6 points from a possible 10. And that will give him a little bit of confidence heading into a Group C campaign. And let us not forget that with that victory, Dean Finn has overtaken Brian Raman to number 4 position in the table. And Raman has gone from 1st to 5th today. He's going to have to get his confidence up ahead of Group C tomorrow. So when we come back, we'll have a little word with Alex Spellman and digest everything we've seen on Wednesday. Welcome back, everybody. That's what we've seen over the course of the last 15 matches. A lot of different games which were held and broken, toing and froing. We've seen every single possible result as well, from 4-0 to 4-3 and everything in between. But it has been a very eventful Wednesday, and we've seen someone from the United States getting the top of the table. It looks comfortable at 22 points with a 4-point cushion, but I assure you that it wasn't comfortable at times. Romeo Gerbovac has gone to Group B with Andy Bolton. He's got second position, the Croatian, and Dean Finn with the last win of the day. He takes fourth. However, we are joined in the studio by the birthday boy, Alex Spellman, who has won this table. Alex, today it was a perfect day eventually, but it wasn't easy, was it?
No, the other 2 days were much easier. And even today, there wasn't really any pressure because, as we discussed, I just wanted to come in and compete and play it my best the entire time. I wanted Group B at the worst because I wanted to be able to get some extra sleep in. But things just kind of kept falling my way. I think I had 4-3 victories today. So, yeah, it definitely wasn't easy.
Last game of the day, did you feel 100% aware that you'd won the group already?
Yeah. I knew that Romeo had to beat, I think it was Dean. Even if Romeo won 4-3, I think I was through, and obviously Dean took that one. But going into the last match, I never want to play poorly, so I'm always trying to win. But around that second leg, it's just, there is a lot of mental stress that goes in. There was almost more stress watching Dean play than me being in control of my own destiny. And I don't know, it's just that second leg, it just seemed like I just finally just lost my energy, but I was able to pull it through at the end.
I think it was the Dean Finn game where you found yourself behind and you had to claw back. You weren't really at your peak performance, and Dean was throwing everything at you at that point in time. What was it that kind of gave you the click that made you feel like I can still win this game?
If I'm not mistaken, I think that one I was playing well, just missing. But everything felt fine, so I didn't panic. And the way I kind of took it was, okay, Dean's already beat me the other 2 days. I haven't played my best, and he's played really well. At that point, I was just take legs, because I knew I was ahead, so I need to kind of play the leg differential game where I can lose and the other guys can win, but I need to make sure I'm still ahead on them differential. And it just, I don't know, just darts started falling, and I didn't have to worry about the differential at that point.
To us, the Andy Bolton game felt really, really big.
Yeah.
Did it feel that way when you were going to the stage with Andy?
No, because I was ahead, so I kind of looked at the last 3 matches, and I kind of figured if I was going to lose one, or at least the most likely one, if I'm going to go 2-1, the one I'm probably going to lose is Andy, just because he's the other favorite coming into this weekend. So we were fine, but it almost made it more stressful knowing that he wasn't throwing his best, because now you're like, he's giving you opportunities, take them. Whereas maybe I would have played a little more solid throughout if he also had done that. But I'm sure you could see at times we had some big shots, but there were some definite nervy shots in there. Maybe not nerves, but just some stressful shots.
We spoke on Monday morning about what you were trying to get from this week, about getting some increased feel and some confidence with what you were working on. Do you feel that's something that you've grasped over the last 3 days?
Oh, yeah. Even if I didn't end up winning the group today, the first 2 days especially. Today felt even sloppier than the other 2 days, but was able to grind out some wins. Probably thanks to the confidence I built over the last 2 days. Yeah, I went 3-2, but I think I lost 2 matches with over a 96, so can't be upset about that. Like I said, I just wanted to not only win with quality, but lose with quality. And I think before heading in today, I had an 83, but everything else I think was either 89 or better. So overall, I'm really happy about it.
I think the last one for me is obviously knowing about you and kind of understanding your game and just how you analyze everything. So far, obviously from Monday to Wednesday, you've analyzed every single bit of it. You can have 2 days off. What are you going to do with your time?
I haven't been sleeping well. So I'm probably going to go back on my regular sleep schedule, stay up till 5, 6 in the morning, go to sleep, because I don't have to play. I don't have to play till Saturday. When we play Saturdays in the evening. So I don't remember what time it is. Even if it's 8 or 9 o'clock, that's, 3, 4 o'clock back home. So I can get on my regular sleep schedule and be at my best. And now that I'm staying over at the house, I actually have a decent practice setup, which I've never really had when I've been here. So I think I'll just be better prepared.
What we can tell you, Alex, is that because you win Group A, you get the very first game on Saturday night, which will be around 7:45. So you're going to get the 2 days off. As far as Romeo Gerats and Andy Bolton are concerned, they're going to go up against Peter Jakes, Martin Turner and Thomas Banks, who is going to come into Group B with a lot of confidence because he won the ADC Vault Finals very recently. We're going to see Richard North for the very first time in quite a while against Jensen Walker, very talented youngster, James Welding, and the other 3 players. Devon, give us a couple of names to watch out for the rest of the week.
I think, Thomas Banks, 100%. He's coming off from real confidence. Peter Jakes, top quality player in Group B. And Martin Turner as well. He's won some tournaments. So you look at that Group B, that's, Andy Bolton and Romeo leaving Group A. It's like from the frying pan into the fire. That's going to be tough. And then looking at Group C, with the way David Evans played and Dean Finn especially, I'm looking at those 2 players looking to make a run there. But Group C, there's only 2 players that go through and there's 6, so that's going to be a tough one to call. It's going to be more darting drama this week, though.
What are you going to do with the rest of your birthday, Alex, apart from sleep?
I know I'm the weirdo on darts. I don't really drink or anything, so I'm just going to get food and relax and get my mind and body ready for Saturday.
Come on, tell us, what are you craving? If it's your birthday, you could have anything in the world, what would you want to eat? Is there something from home that you're missing?
Oh, okay, I was going to say, I'm not going to find it here. I don't know. Some good Mexican food. I know I don't look Hispanic. I'm half Hispanic, basically. But just some good it's good over here, don't get me wrong, but it's almost infused, like the place I had the other night, it almost was like Mexican rice infused with almost some Indian influence. So it was still great, but it wasn't home.
That's very fair enough. Well, for the rest of your birthday, just have a fantastic time and very much well done. You've accomplished what you wanted to accomplish this week. But we're going to take a bit of a break. Oh, he's got a present for you.
There's a bit of a present for you, mate. All the way from...
Is this healthy?
No,
it's
so
strawberry.
You'll enjoy it. Happy birthday, my man, and all the best. Have a great 2 days off, and I'm sure that everybody's looking forward to seeing you back on Saturday.
Thank you.
He's all heart, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for everything over the last 3 days, Alex. It's been a pleasure watching you. And it's been a pleasure having you watch us because we've had a great time of it in Group A. We hope you can join us tomorrow for Double Darts. It will be Thursday Double Darts and Friday Double Darts, of course, because from 1 p.m. tomorrow, it's Group C, and you want to see Thomas Banks play and the rest, because if Group A is anything to go by, it could well be spellbinding because Alex has won Group A. It's bye from us for now.